What up, everybody? Good morning and a very happy Tuesday to all of you. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning on a Toys and Four to Grind My Gears Tuesday. Appreciate you making us a part of your starts on this final day of September, right? Final day of September? We only got 30 days of September, right? Yeah, only 30 days of September. Come on, don't self-doubt yourself. But appreciate you making us part of your start, whether it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also streaming it up online, sportstalk1051.com. Got your Alexa device. Just say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. Video stream also up and rolling on YouTube. Don't forget to follow and subscribe to the YouTube channel. That link is up on our Facebook pages as well. But again, a very happy Tuesday morning. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? It's kind of an awards, grades, assessment Tuesday because it's the bye week for the NFL season. Now officially week 4 in the books with the Dolphins getting their first win last night, although at a huge cost. Tyreek Hill with a very serious knee injury, dislocated knee, multiple torn ligaments, even puts next year into some doubts for Tyreek Hill. But Dolphins picking up their first win. Denver taking down the Bengals last night in a doubleheader. So with week 4 in the books and with the Pack having a bye this week, it sets it up that the first quarter is now in the books. So you know what we usually do when a quarter is completed for our favorite teams, and that it's time to get the number 2 pencils out, your grade books out, and let's grade and do some assessment. I'll leave it kind of opened up to you on what you want to grade for the Pack if you would like to contribute and participate. But these are just kind of the few that I'm thinking about throwing some grades out there. Offense, defense, special teams, coaching, individual players like Jordan Love, Micah Parsons, maybe Matthew Golden, position groups like the offensive line, the defensive line. We can have it a little open-ended. You could do as many as you'd like. You could do as few as you like. Team overall, now that they are 2-1-1. So let's hear it, teachers. How would you grade the Pack from the first quarter? I do the whole 4 games. How would you grade it? How would you assess it? All right. Hopefully you did your homework assignments from last night and you're ready to hit up those. So we'll get to that coming up here in just a little bit. Baseball-wise, the playoffs start today. Wild card round officially starts today. First game up is going to be the Tigers taking on the Guardians at noon. And then, of course, the series that every Brewers fan is going to be paying attention to. Padres-Cubs starting at 2. 5 p.m., you've got the Red Sox and the Yankees, and the nightcap at 8 a.m., the Reds versus the Dodgers. So send me your predictions on who you think will advance to the National League and the American League divisional series. We'll take a look at that. And speaking of baseball, with the regular season in the books for the Crew, we're going to hand out some awards. Who would you hand? Now, again, this is just based off the regular season. Who would you give the team MVP award to for the Brewers? Who do you think, when you look back at these 162 games in the regular season, who would you give your team MVP award to? And you know what? Let's adjust this here a little bit too. You don't have to necessarily give it to a player. How about that? Maybe makes it a little bit more interesting, a little bit more of a conversation piece. You don't have to necessarily give it to a player. So maybe there's some of you that would be like, hey, Pat Murphy deserves it. Matt Arnold deserves it. Chris Hook deserves it. maybe you're thinking that way. But if you want to give it to a player, you absolutely can. Who would you give the team MVP award to? Most improved, best pitcher, best position player, most surprising player, are just a few of the awards we're going to hand out here for the crew. Nothing yet on Brandon Woodruff, in case anybody's wondering at this point. And really, they take their time up until closer to the game and such. But um, I was reading Adam McCulvey's postseason roster predictions and such for the divisional round, and a couple of notes on there. Three starting pitchers, excuse me. Quintana's on there, Freddie Peralta, Quinn Priester. Does not have Reese Hoskins on there. Does have Lockridge. Remember Lockridge from not that long ago? Trade deadline acquisition. But he had Contreras and Jansen at the catcher, Vaughn and Bowers at first base, Terang second, Durbin third, Joey Ortiz, Andrew Monasterio, Perkins, Chirio, Collins, Frelick, Yelich, and Lockridge. Your bullpen pitchers, McGill, Uribe, Koenig, Ashby, Hall, Mears, Zazinski, Rob Zazinski. I'm losing my voice, so that's why I'm kind of trying to talk a little quiet here, so bear with me. The Miz and Chad Patrick. So we'll see how accurate that is. But yeah, that jumped out. No Reese Hoskins in the postseason roster. Now that could change, if there's an injury and such. But we'll talk some Brewers. We'll talk some baseball throughout this morning. Also, we're going to throw some hoops talk in here. Bucks, it was media day yesterday. And some of the first comments from Giannis after an off season of wondering what was going to be going on with him. What is his thoughts on the team, the new players, Miles Turner, a little bit of a younger roster, just to give you a little bit of a glimpse of Giannis's thinking. He likes the makeup of the team. He likes it. He thinks that they've got some dogs, he likes that they're younger, a little bit hungrier. So we'll go through some of the most comments. And there was one maybe a little bit of a puzzling one from yesterday. Owner Wes Edens revealed that he talked to Giannis in June and said he had a great conversation, and he made it clear that he was very committed to Milwaukee. Giannis kind of said no, that he doesn't remember that conversation. So I guess it's a little bit of a he said, she said situation at that point. But we'll talk some Bucks. Little Bucks talk with tip-off is like 3 weeks away already, believe it or not. So speaking of hoops, we'll talk a little college hoops. Badger basketball losing a top assistant. Yesterday it was announced that Kirk Penny is leaving the team, going back to New Zealand to be closer to his family. Now, been following college basketball, Badger basketball, the last couple of years. Been talking about the changes on offense and even, recruiting international players and such. Kirk Penny was getting a lot of the credits, was getting, kind of, you point the finger to Kirk Penny for some of the changes that we have seen in philosophy, recruiting-wise, offensively, the last couple of years. Kirk Penny was that guy that everybody kind of pointed to. So I think this is a big loss for this Badger basketball team going forward. We'll see how it all plays out. But to replace him, the Badgers are bringing back another former player, Brad Davison. So Brad Davison going to be an assistant coach for this Badger basketball team. We'll talk about that with Mr. Cardinal coming up in about 2 hours, a little over 2 hours from now. We'll talk some Badger basketball with him. Also getting set for a little Badger football coming up this weekend, going up against Michigan. So lots of Badger chat coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. As we said, it is a Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. So what in the world is grinding your gears? Make it appropriate, and we can relay it on the air. So hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or you can comment on the YouTube video stream. All right. So what's grinding your gears? So that's kind of your game plan for us this morning. We're gonna lead things off. We'll talk a little football to open it up. First quarter of the season officially in the books. Week 4 officially in the books in the NFL season, with the Packers having their bye week. It sets up nicely to do these first quarter grades, first quarter assessments. So I want to hear from you. I want to get your input. How would you grade the team overall? If you were doing the units, offense, defense, special teams, certain players, certain individuals, I'll leave it open up to you, however you want to do it. All right, you can do as many or as few as you would like. So start to send me those texts or commenting on the video stream. It is kind of an assessment award type of day on the program here as we get set for Brewers playoff baseball beginning on Saturday and with the bye week for the Packers. So let's take that first break and then we'll jump right into it. Let's see those grades, baby. Send them on in. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. When injuries happen, athletes and families across western Wisconsin can trust Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. From sprains and fractures to joint replacements and rehab, their team combines expert care with advanced technology to help patients recover faster and stronger. With decades of experience and a focus on personalized treatment, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine keeps the Chippewa Valley moving. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, trusted care for your help. Get started today by visiting cvosm.com. And speaking of Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, let's give a big time shout out to our friends, contributor every Friday morning, to Dr. Austin Crow, that you hear every Friday morning just past 7. He's getting inducted into the UW Eau Claire Blue Gold Hall of Fame this weekend. Didn't know, a little bit of a background and write up from the Blue Golds about Dr. Crow. Played football over there from 2000 to 2003. From the press release from the Blue Golds, one of the most decorated linebackers in Blue Gold football history. Austin Crow was a 2-time first team all conference selection, 2-time linebacker of the year, and the team captain and defensive MVP in 2003. He earned all region honors twice and D3Football.com All America honorable mention recognition in '01. Academically, he was a 2-time academic all district honoree, the 2003 WIAC Max Sparger Scholar Athlete, and a Blue Gold Super 6 award winner. His 22 and a half career sacks still ranks second in school history. So big time congrats to our friend, Dr. Austin Crow, that you hear every Friday morning getting inducted into the UW Eau Claire Blue Gold Hall of Fame. So, Jeremy, I could share with that grind my gears. Jeremy says, grinds my gears. I have 2 amazing kids. But what grinds my gears is how they bring every illness possible home from school. Sharing is caring, but not with illnesses. Dude, I'm in the same boat with you right now. I am in the same boat with you. I'll admit, I turned in at 6:30 last night. Probably could tell a little congested and such, but um, hoping the throat will last up until 10. So bear with me, peeps. Bear with me here. If I sound a little congested, or pause here a little bit just so I could get a little tea in there and such. But I could. That's a fantastic grind my gears, Jeremy. I couldn't agree more. I only got the one kid, but when he's got baseball and football each week, 2 sports. We had a couple birthday parties last week too. It was like just cesspool of stuff all over. So good one, man. I agree with you, bud. I agree with you. All right, let's get things going here this morning, shall we? Let's talk a little green and gold with the bye week here. Week 4 now officially in the books. Let's do some grades. All right, I want to hear some grades from you. Now, you could do as many as you'd like. You could do as few as you would like. If you just want to do the team overall, that's fine too. If you want to do team and then break it down offense, defense, special teams, cool. If you want to do some individual people or players, let's do it. Position groups, absolutely. So I'm leaving it up to you. I've got a few that I'm going to give grades to. I want to start on the defensive side here, which now is an interesting one because how much do we factor in recency, right? How much do we factor in what we just saw against Dallas? I think it's fair to absolutely knock them down a little bit from what we saw Sunday night against the Dallas Cowboys. I think you have to. How much do you downgrade it? Do you look at just kind of the half? I mean, it was like a bad half. So how much do you knock it down a little bit? So I think for me, defensively overall, it did it. If you take away the Cowboys game, I think they're an A plus. But I do take them down to about a B plus B for a couple of reasons. One, you look at, okay, it's 2 weeks in a row now. They've kind of allowed a little bit more rushing yards than maybe we'd like to see. Still holding guys to under 100 yards. They haven't had a 100-yard rusher yet. But a couple weeks now, we've seen guys get in the 80s and that. The lack of turnovers, I think, is a knock on them for a team where their number one goal or one of their top goals is to lead the league in turnovers and to force turnovers. It's been pretty quiet so far. I mean, even heading into that Dallas game, you look at a lot of their rankings, they were like top 3 in a bunch of defensive rankings, but near the bottom in terms of turnovers. And they didn't get one against Dallas. So I think they get a little bit of a knock for that. And just in my opinion, I do knock them a little bit for the second half against Dallas. That's a credit to Dallas for doing what they were able to do. But I mean, the tackling was just atrocious by that Packers defense on Sunday night, and I think that's what allowed Dallas. I mean, for a lot of times in those short passes, those screen passes or whatever, probably could have stopped him for a 2-yard, 3-yard gain. But because of the tackling issues from Green Bay, it turned those 2, 3-yard gains into 6-yard gains, which made, very manageable third down situations or second down situations. So I'm overall defensively probably at about a B plus. Maybe that's a little harsh, but I'm at a B plus because of a little bit from that Cowboys game. Looking at the turnovers, and you look at the last couple of weeks a little bit with the rushing attack. Still a very good grade overall. But take away that Dallas game, maybe they're at an A minus. But still, very solid. Individual players now on the defensive side. Let's kind of stay on the defense and look at and even Jeff Halfley. Let's give him a grade too. But if we look at individual players, I'm giving an A to Micah Parsons. You could say limited snaps to begin his career at Green Bay, but you look at what he has brought to the table and what he has brought to this team. Not only in terms of the trickle-down effect of him improving the play of others, but he's also getting the job done too. I mean, he is, for anybody who thinks that maybe he had a very quiet game against Dallas, double-digit pressures he got credited for. And if you are a believer in Pro Football Focus grades, we reference them every once in a while. He was, out of both teams on that field between Green Bay and Dallas, the highest graded player, 94.2. That's insane. The next closest guy out of that Packers defense was McDuffie, had a 79.5. Season high 10 pressures, 4.3 pass rushing grade. So, yeah. Parsons to me gets an A. Absolutely gets an A for the first quarter of the season for the Packers, and which is even more impressive when you can factor in that he was on a snap count the first couple weeks because of how late he was as an addition to the Packers. I think I would probably still put Devontae Wyatt as an A. A minus, B plus in that range. You look at what he has done in terms of pressuring the quarterback. No Kenny Clark. He is instantly their top interior defensive lineman. So, again, I hope the knee injury isn't something too serious that would affect him and make him miss a lot of time. But I think what we have seen from Devontae Wyatt so far this season has been fantastic. So I'd probably give him an A minus up there as well. Rashawn Gary, probably about a B plus. Kind of a quiet game against Dallas, especially in terms of the pressure numbers and that. But there's no question. You look at what he has been able to provide for the defense the 3 games prior. I mean, the sack numbers and such, leading the league in sacks heading into week 4. So I'd still give Rashawn Gary about a B plus at this point. Lucas Van Ness, probably about a B. Off to a really good start. I think if you break it down and look at it outside the numbers, you're seeing some solid play from Lucas Van Ness. And again, I think that's a direct correlation or relation to the addition of Micah Parsons. So yeah, I'd probably go Lucas Van Ness around a B. Others corners, boy, I was ready to give him A's, but then we saw what happened against Dallas. So Nixon as CB1. B. I'll go B. Not a B plus. I'll go B. Good starts this season, but I can't ignore the secondary play, the corner play from that Dallas game. So I would go B for Nixon. McKinney is an interesting one. He's not having the interception numbers to begin a season like he did last year. You listen to Jeff Hafley talk, though, and he's still very happy with the play that McKinney's having. And I think a lot of it is, defenses are aware, or excuse me, offenses are aware of Xavier McKinney on the back end playing a little center field. So I might go like C plus for Xavier. Kind of a quiet start. Cooper, Quay Walker, I'm probably both giving them Bs. I mean, a lot of missed tackles in that game against Dallas. I thought they were off to really good starts. They are off to really good starts. It was just, that was a bad game for a lot of people in that Dallas game outside of Micah Parsons. So I don't want one game to define their whole quarter or their whole season so far, but it has to factor into these grades. And then you look at it overall, your defensive coordinator, Jeff Hafley. I think an overall grade that I would give him is probably about B plus. Great first 3 weeks, struggled, felt like Schottenheimer, and the caveat to that too is the bad tackling from the Packers. That's something Hafley can't really control up in the box. He could have the greatest play call sent down to stop these plays, but if his guys are going to continue to miss tackles, then that's a player problem. So I'm still going to hover around a B plus, I think, for Hafley. That might be a little harsh, might be a little bit hard. I would agree. If you could make the case for it, probably. But right now, I'm just going based off my gut, and I'm probably giving about a B plus to Hafley. So those are just some of my defensive grades. I want to do the offense now. Let's take a quick break, though, first. Then we'll get to the offense. And don't worry, I've got special teams coming up here, and this one's going to be hard. Like, hard on the players, except for maybe one individual. Quick break. We'll do offensive grades coming up after these quick words. When drivers in Eau Claire need a mechanic they can trust, they turn to AJM Automotive. Known for honest work, fair pricing, quick turnarounds, AJM Automotive handles everything from oil changes to engine repairs. Whether it's a daily driver or a weekend toy, AJM Automotive treats every vehicle like it's their own. Friendly service, expert technicians, and a reputation built on integrity. AJM Automotive keeps Eau Claire running right. Give them a call today to set up your appointment, 715 835 9523. We got Packers grades for Brandon G. Offense is giving him an A minus. They move the ball, just feel impatient at times. Line concerns me, and the mental mistakes is a problem. Defense A, really only one bad half, could create some more turnovers. Special teams D, they haven't made any adjustments to the kickoffs and the protection on field goals. C-bomb. Offense C plus. Have been above average, but loss can be blamed on their lack of production against Cleveland. Detroit made their defense look like a JV squad. We made them look like the 85 Bear defense. Defense B had been lights out, but a CD less offense and the lowly Cowboys shredded us. Special teams D, we are 2 blocked kicks away from being 4-0. Unacceptable to have multiple blocked kicks. Coaching C, first 2 weeks A plus, last 2 weeks D minus. 1-1 at the break is about what was expected when the schedule dropped. Didn't beat who we thought we would, but we could be in a worse spot. Enough with the sound bites. Come in with your P-hots, all gas, no break, no more words. Get your team ready to play and play every game with a sense of urgency. Keep these grades coming. All right, text them, or you can comment on the video streams out there. Offensively, I'm probably going to give them overall, I'm looking at a B minus. The offensive line injuries are an issue. It is a huge effect on this team. They finally got a little bit of a running game going against Dallas. Too many mental mistakes on the offensive line with penalties. Questionable at times, not a lot. I don't want to make it bigger than what it maybe is. Questionable decision-making from the quarterback. That Cleveland game, I didn't understand the offensive game plan whatsoever. So there is some issues with the offense. Hopefully it can get cleaned up and get better after bye week. I think there's some positive signs going to it, but as of right now, with the offense, I'm probably at a B minus. And it's mostly because of what I just said, the injuries to the offensive line, the penalties, just dumb penalties, inconsistency in some of the play calling, and a little bit of questionable couple decisions here for the quarterback, and kind of getting the running game going finally a little bit against Dallas. Individuals, Jordan Love, I'm probably giving about a B plus. Probably at a B plus right now. I look at, again, some questionable decision, the fumble, the turnover, the bad interception against Cleveland. I think you got to factor that into it. The time management against Dallas in that final overtime play, second to last overtime play. That has to factor into it. But there's also been a lot of good. He's one of the best in the league at big-time throws, EPAs. He's made some really good plays. couple of bad decisions, a couple of questionable ones, but overall, I think there's more good than bad from Jordan Love this year. So that's why I've got him at about a B plus. Romeo Doubs, I'm giving an A to. For all the receiver talk this offseason and heading into the year, it was Jaden Reed. I'll even throw the tight ends in here. It was Jaden Reed. It was Matthew Golden. It was Tucker Kraft. Those guys. And Romeo Doubs, to me, while he probably doesn't have, a lot of yards, and he doesn't, he's not going to be a receiving yards leader, but 4 touchdowns, 3 of them against the Cowboys. He has proven to be a nice kind of safety net, if you will, go-to guy for Jordan Love when you need a play or when you need, to pick up first out or a big play. I give Romeo an A. For Matthew Golden, the rookie, I'm probably at a C right now. And some of that could be attributed to how many opportunities. I mean, he had the big time. I'm curious to hear from LaFleur. I don't know if he's answered this yet, but that early big catch from Golden where Wicks was right there too. Who was in the wrong? Looking at the replay, it kind of looks like Golden was a little bit in the wrong. I think he was supposed to be a little bit more over the middle. But still a really good catch. That 4th down catch, he's made some plays, but we're looking for that breakout game, right? So, again, is it lack of opportunities? Just adjustment period? Regardless, I'm at a C. Tucker Kraft, I'm probably at a B plus, B plus for Tucker Kraft. Offensive line as a whole, again, the injuries. So, I mean, I don't want to individually grade every offensive lineman because, I mean, some could be a little incomplete with their injuries and such. But I think offensive line's probably at a C minus. You've had some good performances. Then you've had some poor performances. I will say the offensive line, I thought, did a better job of that second half against Dallas than what they started off with. I thought they settled down nicely. Jordan Morgan settled down nicely. Kennard settled down nicely in the second half. And that's something that maybe doesn't get talked about a whole lot. But, for as much complaining, and I'm one of them too, and ripping that we gave them, it was better in the second half than what we saw in the first half against Dallas. But overall, I'm probably at C minus, C for the offensive line group because of the stupid penalties. Allowing so much pressure on Jordan Love. That Cleveland game, what was it, 15 total pressures for crying out loud? Then you look at Detroit's offensive line, and they didn't give up a single sack against Cleveland. So, yeah, C minus, C surrounding the offensive line group. Josh Jacobs, it's just been tough sledding for him. It's not for a lack of trying. I think that kind of falters into the offensive line group. So I give him B plus. He can affect the game in other ways. He's still scoring touchdowns, just not racking up the yards. He's getting a ton of attempts. So I give Josh Jacobs probably about a solid B plus. I'm not going to do Adam Stenavich. I'll do Matt LaFleur though later on. No, yeah, I'll do Matt LaFleur right now. I guess stay with him for the offensive side. I'm probably at. I'm gonna be a little harsh on this one. I'm probably at like a C plus. Maybe some people would have it lower and say it would be too kind. So maybe saying that I'm being too harsh. I don't know, but I'm probably at a C plus. The big thing for me is inconsistency. There really seems to be no flow yet from the offensive side. That Cleveland game is a big head scratcher for me. There's been times where the offense comes out, looks solid, but then fades away. And I'm specifically kind of maybe focusing more on the offensive side when it comes to Matt LaFleur. But if we add in, I guess if we add in kind of what some of the quotes and the mindsets or the philosophy he has, are they really kind of following that with the whole make sure you wake up with your blank hots and all gas, no brake? I think if you ask a lot of fans, they're probably short in that department, not living up to that department. And the penalties on the offensive line, I mean, the comment where he said, yeah, that happens in practice, so they expect it in the game. I mean, kudos to, I don't know who it was last week in one of their pressers during the week, but they asked them, how do you essentially punish these players if they keep doing this in practice? And they kind of were on that, and they followed up with him too. Like, what do you do, or what are you doing to kind of punish these players for committing these penalties in practice that are leading to games? And kudos, I can't remember who asked that question and the follow up, but it's a good question. What do you do, or what have you been doing? And really, he kind of answered just, they're out the next play in that, or, playing time and such. Does it need to be harsher? I don't know what it would be harsher. He said, they could have a run in that, but what do you do? Then you've got this whole CBA and players union stuff that are really protective of the players and what you can do and what you can get away with. So, yeah, probably about a C plus for LaFleur, offensive coordinator LaFleur, and an overall head coach. Offense overall for me for a grade, probably around that B minus. All right, now let's do the special teams, shall we? This one, we're going to have some lower grades, but somebody does have a very high grade for this. I don't think it's too much of a surprise when we tell you who that is. Quick break. We'll be back to wrap up grades, finish it off with special teams and an overall team grade. When it comes to groceries, meals, and convenience, families in Eau Claire count on Hy-Vee. From fresh produce and quality meats to ready-made meals and everyday essentials, Hy-Vee has everything shoppers need all in one stop. Friendly service, great selection, and weekly deals that help stretch the budget. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire makes shopping easy. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. All right. Got Zach on the YouTube stream saying defense, I'm going to give a solid B+. Offense is tough for me, C+. Special teams is a solid D. Coaching, I think I'm at a C. Overall, as a whole team grade, C+. I would like to see some overall consistency in gameplay and coaching and just more of an identity as one unit. Special teams for me overall, I'm going to go D. Now, Daniel Whalen, I'm going to go A. McManus, I'm going to go B, B+. I know there's been some talk, the one blocked field goal. There was a low kick on his part of that. Did miss one earlier in season 2, but I'll go solid B, B+. Everything else is just, it brings it on down. Coverage, protection, awful. So that's what brings down the overall grade for me for special teams down to a D. Bisaccia, D. That's where I'm at. I know there's a case to be made about, guys who are in on protection, are different than maybe what they were at the beginning of the season because especially when it comes to offensive linemen, they got promoted to, the starting unit with injuries. So now you got other guys out there playing it at. Cool. Still, do your job. Do your job. And right now, job is not getting done. So special teams, I'm going to go with the D. And Rich Bisaccia, going with the D. But Daniel Whelan, A. McManus, B, B+. Return game, it's not existent. You got so many different guys on there. It's like incomplete. It's just, there's nothing there. Punt return or kick return. So overall grade for the Pack, first quarter into the season. When you look at everything and just kind of mush it all together, come out with a grade, I'm probably at, again, if we would have done the first 2 weeks, it's probably an A. But look at the last couple weeks. You have to factor that in. Probably about a B-. I'm probably at a B-. If I average everything out. We've seen a lot of good. We've seen some bad. I think there's easily an opportunity for them to put this all together and be one cohesive and one consistent group. But we got to see it. Prove it to us. Prove it that they can go out there and do that. They have the ability to. They have the talent. They have a lot of really good pieces. They can easily get this, when we're assessing second quarter grades and semester grades, they can easily improve on that grade. Started off hot. Started off great. But maybe a lot of us back in school, you start off the first quarter. Like for me, the first quarter of the season, first quarter grades were awesome because it was kind of like, rehashing everything from the previous year. That's like, now the real grades are coming second, third, and fourth. And I feel like that was kind of Green Bay the first 2 weeks. Awesome. And then just kind of like, kind of relax and taking your foot off the pedal a little bit. Maybe not studying as hard. Maybe not doing as good of work as you were before. So I'm at about a B- overall with the team. Your grades, you can continue to send them if you'd like. Hit us up with a text 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors Bullpen line, or you can join Zach and company on the YouTube stream and send your grades there. Coming up next hour, we got a little baseball talk. We handed out grades. We're going to hand out some awards now for the Brewers. With the postseason officially beginning today, we know the Brewers won't be in action until Saturday. Who's your team MVP? Now, the tricky part of this, you could have coaches or front office if you like. We've got other awards, too, that we're going to do. We'll hit that up coming up in the next hour. Wrap it up with Morgs. Good morning, Morgs.
Do you want to do away with the tie, Kasper? Good morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So in your opinion, as a sports guy, what's the point of keeping a tie at this point in the game? Because rules evolve and people change and things always, they're constantly amending or changing rules for new seasons. Why do you hang on to the tie?
I have no idea.
What
No idea.
do you think there's any sport that a tie is okay in?
I mean, hockey, you still kind of have that in there, and it's not that much of a factor. But football, I think it's just because there's so few games.
Yeah.
Where, I mean, hockey, you've got how many games in a season where
Yeah.
they probably, they still factor into it a little bit. Football is just, no, you can't have a tie. Especially like they don't do that in college for crying
Right.
out loud.
And I
So,
was talking to somebody too that even on like a local level had kiddos playing soccer and they had driven, hour and a half, on the weekend teams
yeah,
and stuff. And the game ended with a tie, which is anticlimactic, but for the kids too,
yeah,
is like, hey, I think even the kids that are playing, even if it doesn't swing your way, it's easier to have a win and a loss, a
yeah,
cut and a dry. The
yeah.
tie just kind of like gray mushy zone.
It's like for me, Sunday, it's like that was the worst of all. I hate primetime games. Uh,
I know it all came together in the
and
worst.
then it went to overtime, and then it went into a
Well,
tie.
you're forgetting
So,
the other X factor that infuses that. It was really good for like a quarter.
yeah.
And then it started taking a dump, which is the other kind of game that you don't like watching because then you get your confidence up
Because
and
I
you're
was
feeling
sitting
really
there
good.
thinking, hey, I might be able to go to bed a little earlier.
Feel confident. You can flip it
Yeah,
off and feel like you can okay.
yeah,
You wake up to a win. But
yeah.
yeah.
Thanks, Green Bay. Appreciate that.
So what's your solution then? Just keep playing overtime or how would you go to the final draw?
I like where they give every team a chance now, but if you get through that first overtime, then you go to, all right, kind of like the college rule, set them up at like the 40 or
Okay.
something, and first one to, you can score, you get an opportunity to tie it or lose,
So
essentially
it'd
back
have to
and
be an
forth.
involved OT. You wouldn't go
Yeah,
to like a coin flip or something
no,
after a certain time.
no,
Not leave it up to chance.
nope,
Okay.
nope, nope.
Just checking.
That's what I would do. So, but
And you're
nobody
back to
listens to
Fear
me.
the Deer.
It was media day yesterday for the Bucks.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
going basketball now. Can you get into it a little bit, even though the
No,
season's weird and you're
I just
100% football right
I
now?
needed. We're at that thing and temperature wise where I need a long sleeve and shorts.
This is the confusing time where what you wear in the morning doesn't stretch the day,
Yep.
but also,
I need a little light so it's not too hot.
and I'll say it on behalf of anybody that loves fall. Like, what are we actually doing outside right now? The 80s.
Yeah.
I know some people that have rage right now
Yep.
because it's not
So do
fall
I.
light.
So
I
do
get
I.
it. I think everyone's ready.
All right.
I
Thanks.
think so.
Thanks, Morgs.
Hey,
Appreciate
anytime.
it.
Anytime.
1 hour in. We got a couple more to go here. We got some news updates, and we'll switch gears to talk some Brewers coming up next. All right, second hour kicking off right now. Happy Tuesday, final day of September, everybody. Appreciate you making us a part of your start here. First hour, we were handing out some grades because the first quarter of this Green Bay season is officially in the books. So I'll leave it open to you. You can grade whatever, whoever you would like. Team overall, offense, defense, players, coaching. How would you grade it? All right. I'm curious to get your responses. Some are very similar. Some maybe a little higher than what I kind of expected. But hey, that's fine. I love getting everybody's grades. So text them, or you can comment on the video stream if you'd prefer to do that. We'll get back to some more of your grades and such. And we did not hear from Matt LaFleur yesterday because of the bye week. Apparently, we probably will hear from him today. Maybe get some injury updates to like a Devontae Wyatt and such. But we'll find out a little bit more. Sounds like today from Matt LaFleur addressing the media. So, speaking of, yeah. With the so I'll ask this. Morgan just brought it up, and C-Bomb chimed in a little bit about it. Do you like the new overtime rule in the NFL where every team gets a possession? Do you like part of it, or would you change anything about? Maybe this is the best way to ask it. Would you change anything about the NFL overtime rule? Do you not like ties? Do ties bother you? I mean, so C-Bob said, I say just extend the overtime back to 15 minutes. Each team gets a chance to possess the ball, and if it's still tied, it becomes sudden death, which it is right now. Should you make it through that 15 minutes, you start another sudden death overtime, just like another quarter, no kickoff. You just switch sides. In the last 8 years, there's been only 8 ties. Play them out. And the thought is, though, with the new alteration, with the 10 minutes and everybody gets a possession, there is actually going to be more ties if games go to overtime. That's kind of the thought process, eliminating the first. If you score a touchdown right away, the game's over. Eliminating that, it's the thought is that there's probably going to be more ties. I think if you get through the first quarter or the first overtime period, it's tied. I don't have a problem going to the college route then and just doing that. I don't know if I want another full quarter, especially for those late primetime games. Although sometimes those college ones could go for a long time too. You know what I mean? But I guess just kind of what C-Bob was saying too. Just kind of picking it up where you left off after that quarter would be kind of similar to that as well. But I don't know. How would you change it? Would you change anything? Give me your picks. Give me your thoughts. If you just joined in, I apologize. My voice sounds a little off and that. Kind of losing it. That's what happens when I guess you have kids and they come back home, bringing a lot of germs and such, and coaching and such. So I apologize if my voice is off a little bit, or if you hear some pauses here, because just trying to drink some water and get the voice going here for the next couple of hours. RJ Cardinal is going to join us a little bit later this morning. Just a little quick programming note. He'll be with us an hour later at about 9:20. Lots to talk about with him. Want to make sure we got to him because of the Badger basketball news of Kirk Petty leaving the program to go to New Zealand, going back to New Zealand to be with his family. Brad Davison is going to be taking his spot on the assistant coach roster. So we'll talk to RJ about that and obviously talk some Badger football with him too. Postseason for Major League Baseball officially gets underway today. Our first game on the docket is going to be noon, and it's going to be Cleveland versus Detroit. After that is the series that Brewers fans are going to be really paying attention to. Padres, Cubs. That one is slated to start at 2. Boston versus New York at 5. And Cincinnati and the Dodgers, LA Dodgers, going at 8. So if you want to make your postseason picks, you can also send those out over as well. But Brewers, obviously, again, they're paying attention to the Padres and the Cubs series because play the winner of that one. We don't yet know anything about Brandon Woodruff's status or anything like that. So it's kind of a wait and see approach. But with the regular season now in the books for the Brewers, let's hand out some awards. Now that the regular season is over with, let's hand out some of those awards. Who would you give team MVP to? And it can be anybody. It could be a player. It could be a coach. It could be front office. If you want to really think about it, you can do that. Most improved player, most surprising player, best pitcher, best position player. Who would you go with? Okay. I'm gonna kind of cheat. I'll save the MVP one for last. I'll save that for last. So let's do best pitcher. To me, it's Freddie Peralta. I mean, you look at what Freddie Peralta did this year. 17 wins. I mean, tied for tops in the National League. And 2.70 ERA, 17-6, 2.70 ERA. Just fantastic. Absolutely fantastic of a year for Freddie Peralta. Over 200 strikeouts again this year. Tied for third for the most wins, but tied for the third most wins overall, tied for first in the National League for wins overall. So I think it's absolutely fantastic of a season he had, and the longevity. I mean, he was pretty darn consistent throughout this whole entire season. So got to give him the award for best pitcher. No question about it. Got to give him the award. You could throw in some other possible. I mean, Quinn Priester, you could probably throw him in there. You could probably throw somebody from the bullpen if you'd like. McGill was an all-star, but from beginning to end, best pitcher was Freddie Peralta. Yes, he has some of his issues, with him not being able to go deep into games and such, but he was pretty darn good throughout this whole season. My most improved player. It's between two. It's between Turang and Frelick. Now, Turang and Frelick were good players last year, but they upped their game again this year. I think I'll go Turang. I think I'm going to go Turang because he showed and displayed he could be a power threat within the lineup. Maybe it was just for a 1 month fluke, who knows? But he showed it. And in the month of August, player of the month, dude was flipping awesome. He was fantastic. He was easily their best position player. So I got to go with Turang probably for most improved player, even though he has gotten better every single year he's been in the league. Now finishing up his third year. So because we have to give the greatest baseball player of all time, Sal Frelick, an award, sarcasm, I'm giving him the Hustle Award. The Dirt Award. The guy that, if he doesn't have a grass stain or a dirt stain on his jersey, you're wondering, did he even play? What happened? Is he okay? Is he feeling okay? Is he hurt? Got to give something to Sal Frelick, so I'm giving him the Hustle Award. Best position player. This is where I'm going. I got to go Turang again. I got to go Turang. If I'm looking at position player, I look at Turang. Now, do we put Yelich in that conversation? Mostly at DH in that? Possibly. But I got Yelich as best hitter. You look at the RBIs, lead the team at home runs, 29. Would have been cool if he would have hit 30. But, yeah, I'm going to go with best position player, Turang. Best hitter, I've got Christian Yelich for that. Most surprising player, Quinn Priester. I think Quinn Priester, what he has done, who, he wasn't on the team to begin the season, had to be acquired by a trade because of all the injuries for this Brewers team. All the injuries. And what the performance that he put together this year, and now you're talking about him being the second starter in this playoff rotation. Nobody predicted that. Nobody predicted him to go 13-3 with a 3.32 ERA. A lot of people thought the Brewers gave up a ton to get him from the Red Sox. It was worth it. It was absolutely worth it. So Quinn Priester, most improved. Rookie of the year, I'm going to throw it here because we've got a few options. We've got The Miz, we've got Chad Patrick, we've got Durbin, we've got Collins, right? I mean, we've got rookies who have been big-time contributors for this ball club during this season. Somebody still pick The Miz. That's fine. I'm not going to pick The Miz. I'm not going to pick Chad Patrick either, although he was awesome earlier in the year too. I'm probably going to go Isaac Collins. Slightly over Caleb Durbin. But if you want to pick Durbin over Collins, I probably wouldn't argue with you too much. I think Isaac Collins, he's got a better on-base percentage. He's got a better slugging. He's got a better OPS. He's got a better batting average. Durbin has a better WAR, though, and a couple more home runs. 445 at-bats compared to 372. It's tough. It's close, but I'll give the slight advantage to an Isaac Collins. And finally, the team MVP. Team MVP. I'm going to go... I'm battling back and forth between Matt Arnold and Pat Murphy. Now, if we did player-wise for team MVP, it's Freddie Peralta. I'd probably give him the team MVP. But just because I want to be a little bit different in this exercise, that's why I said we could include coaches or whoever. I'm battling back and forth between Matt Arnold and Pat Murphy. For some of the moves that Matt Arnold did, the acquisitions and such. But once he makes those moves, it's up to the manager and the coaching staff to utilize them the right way, to get them prepared, to get them ready and perform at a high level. I think I'm going to lean a little bit more towards Pat Murphy. Now, I know he said the players are more important than him. He talked about Christian Yelich being more important than him last week in that. But I think team MVP, player-wise, it would be Freddie Peralta. Everybody's on the table. I'd probably go Pat Murphy. Those are my awards for the Brewers. Kind of where I'm at. How would you grade it? How would you grade it? Give me your picks. Okay? All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll have some more baseball talk coming up. I do want to get to some Bucks talk as well since it was media day yesterday. Giannis talking as well. Some clips from that I want to get to. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Speaking of the Man Cave podcast, I want to give a big thanks to everybody who has been tuning in, following, subscribing, and such. It's becoming more and more popular, so that's a big thanks to all of you. I appreciate that. Keep it coming, though. All right, don't forget to if you listen like on Apple, 5-star rating, positive review, because that helps the algorithms out there. Spread it out. Same with Spotify, 5-star rating and such. But big thanks for that. We got some more juicy stuff planned for that podcast. And a big thanks, too, for those chiming in on the video stream. We got our good friend Jordan, who's on there now, too. Say, morning, Dan. Packers quarter grades for me are defense B+, offense C+, special teams D, coaching C-. We can't have ties in the NFL. This isn't soccer. I like the college rules, except I would have teams start at like the 40, since NFL kickers are better than college kickers. This is, the thing that bugs me, and I get it, like, postseason, obviously, we can't have ties, right? We can't. So why does it have to be different in a regular season? Why does it have to be completely different? I know we can't have ties in the postseason because, we need somebody to win and we need somebody to lose. But why can't we have that in a regular season? Why does it have to be different? I don't get it. I don't like it. It doesn't make sense to me. And I just feel like we're making this thing harder than what it needs to be. Like the NFL is making this harder than what it needs to be on themselves. Just it confuses me. And then you know what's going to happen, because it's happened before. You're going to have a tight race, and then it's going to come down to these weird math formulas, percentages, win percentage, and you got to factor in ties and all that. It's like, bunch of baloney, bunch of garbage. Yuck. See what I said a little earlier, too. I know Malik Keith has made a couple plays. I really like him. But I thought for sure McCole Hardman would have won the returner duties. It's wild to think he can't even be on kickoff and punt return specialist anymore. I was thinking about that, too, after the Jaden Reed injury, because he was on a practice squad. I thought, okay, would you bring him up and just, depth at wide receiver, but then, plug him in as a returner, and then they released him after Jaden Reed got hurt. So I was a little surprised at that, too. I know he did have a great preseason. By all accounts, made a couple plays in training camp, but wasn't that fantastic. But still, you'd think with the Reed injury and the need for returner, it kind of looks like, would that have been an option? Zach says, let's go Bucks. Excited to see what Giannis and Turner can do together this upcoming season. It's kind of the same sentiment, man, as Giannis said yesterday. So yesterday was media day. So a lot of the media getting a chance to talk with some of the players, ownership. Giannis was on Zoom because he tested positive for COVID, so he must remain in Greece until he receives a negative test that clears him to travel. So he joined in via video and saying, quote, I really believe in this team. I love that we're younger. We have energy. I think this is a team full of dogs, guys that know their role and are going to try to do their best to figure into their role and try to help this team be great. I'm excited. I always try to take it day by day. I deal with what I have in front of me. Right now, Milwaukee, I think it's a great team. It's a sleeper. A lot of people might not take us serious, but I think we're very, very dangerous team. Now, he was asked, this is according to Eric Naaman from The Athletic, about, because there were the Shams reports from last year about him being, for the first time in his career, open to a potential change. He was asked about that report and others. Giannis kind of tiptoeing, but he did confirm there was some truth to them. But he said, according to this piece, his feelings this offseason weren't all that different from those he has left throughout his career. Quote saying, I want to be on a team that allows me and gives me a chance to win a championship, wants to compete at a high level. I think it's a disservice to basketball, just to the game, to not want to compete at a high level to want your season to end in April. It's pretty much the same. It's not the first time. I had the same thoughts last year. I had the same thoughts 2 years ago. I had the same thoughts 5 years ago. It is never going to change. I want to be among the best. I want to compete with the best, and I want to win another championship. And that's it. Owner Wes Edens, who was talking before Giannis, said, quote, I had a great conversation with Giannis back in June out here, and he made it clear that he was very committed to Milwaukee. He likes being here. He likes his family being here. He thinks that the team is obviously we've had some bad fortune these last couple of years in the playoffs, but there's a lot of positives. Obviously, the move for Miles was a big decision for us. You don't stretch wave Dame without a lot of introspection. When Eric from The Athletic asked Giannis what stood out to him about the meeting with Edens in June, Giannis, though, said he could not recall that specific conversation. So you have Wes Edens saying they had a meeting. Giannis kind of saying, I don't know if we did. Who's right, who's wrong? He said, she said, or he said, he said. Ugh. But Giannis also went on to say about his team, I believe in the people that they have around me. I believe in my teammates. I believe in the moves that they make. We're young. Hopefully we can get on the same page and understand what is at risk right now. The last 3 years, I think we've been eliminated in the first round, so there's not much to talk about. John Horst also chatting a little bit with the media. This team is built to maximize Giannis, but Giannis can actually maximize this team. There are a lot of guys, like usual, are going to benefit from playing with him. The style of play, the buy-in, coach talks about, but we understand nothing is going to be given to us. This is a team that I think is really hungry to earn whatever we get and what they want, and they want to win. But Giannis did talk a little bit about pair it up with Miles Turner. And by the way, Miles Turner also talked about Milwaukee and has really embraced the city. Said the city has really embraced him. He was taking maybe a couple shots at Indiana and such, but nonetheless, he has been singing the praises of Milwaukee here for a long, long time. So, but Giannis is very excited about the Miles move, saying, for me, there are two different moves starting with Miles. He was one of the bigs that I feel like we could fit so well together. I think he gives our team so much depth at one of the best, and is one of the best bigs in the league. He can shoot, take you off the dribble. He's a great defender. After that, he's an unbelievable guy in the locker room, very high character guy. So I'm very excited for him, and it's an incredible move by the Bucks. Dame, I still have a great relationship with him and will always have a great relationship with him. I understand the business side. We had a conversation, but I would like to keep it between him and me. He understands it. I think he's in a very happy place right now back home in Portland with a team he played a lot of years with. Going back is such a good move for him and his family, to be around his family, to be around the people that love him. So I'm excited for him. My friendship will be bigger than basketball. So, I mean, really, probably didn't really learn a whole lot. I mean, did we really expect anything different to come from Giannis and some of these other players? Probably not. Probably not. So, but finally, we got because outside of a podcast or a quick interview here and there, we've been getting clips from Giannis here and there and such, and finally getting to actually sit down and chat with some of the local media that covers him throughout the season. Finally, they got a chance to ask him some of these questions that I think a lot of fans that were curious to hear from him too. So, but tip-off is like just 3 weeks away. The NBA tip-off is only 3 weeks away. That's why October, to me, one of the best, absolute best sports months of the year. Top two. April and October, in my opinion, are the two best sports months of the year. You got the NBA returning, regardless if you're a fan or not. It's a sport. NHL also returning. You've got the NFL season in full swing. College football's in full swing. You've got baseball playoffs. I mean, come on. If you just like watching sports, there's a ton of it going on in October with the Big Four. All right, let's take a quick break here. Keep those comments coming, though. I want your analysis. I want your thoughts, all right? Packer grades, send those out over with the first quarter of the season in the books. How would you grade some of the people, some of the positions with the Pack? Should we change the overtime rules also? Grind my gears. What's grinding your gears? When it comes to flooring, homeowners in the Chippewa Valley trust Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable tile and stylish luxury vinyl planks, Carpet City Flooring Center offers a wide selection of high-quality flooring options to fit any style and budget. Customers appreciate their knowledgeable staff, expert advice, and professional installation, making the process smooth from start to finish. Locally owned and operated, Carpet City Flooring Center understands the needs of Wisconsin homes and takes pride in delivering personal hometown service. One room or the whole home, Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire has it covered. Or maybe your place of work too. Just check out their website, carpetcitywi.com, or stop by their store, 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. Coming up again, 9 o'clock hour this time, 9:20. We're going to talk with RJ Cardinal, because we have a lot to catch up on in terms of the Badgers. Not only Badger football, but basketball yesterday. News that Kirk Petty has left the team. He's going to move back to New Zealand, closer to his family. But this is notable because when we look at the Badger basketball team, specifically the offensive side the last couple of years, a lot of the credit has been directed towards Kirk Petty. And with the recruiting of some international players, a lot of it has been credited towards Kirk Petty. So how big of a loss is this for this Badger basketball program? To replace him, they're bringing in another former player who we didn't see that long ago, Brad Davison. So I want to talk to RJ and get his thoughts on that switcheroo, if you will, if you want to call it that. But so again, normally RJ's on at 8:20. It's going to be at 9:20 this morning. So we did Packer grades in the first hour. Coming up in the next hour, there was a couple of categories I missed. Since the first quarter of the season is in the books for the Green and Gold, we've been doing some grades. Now, give me one player who has surprised you the most in a good way, like your most surprising player the first quarter of the season. And then give me your most disappointing player. Like, who is the player that, you know what, they're just maybe off to a slow start in that first quarter of the season. It's kind of disappointing. Or maybe you just had some super high expectations on them, and maybe they're not playing up to those expectations that you had for that player. So I've got my picks, but I'll save it till we get to the 8 o'clock hour. And if you haven't sent any grades in yet for your Packers, you can send them on over too. So, as we were talking a little bit earlier, Major League Baseball playoffs begin today. The Brewers will be waiting to see who they play between the Padres and the Cubs. And first game is going to be at noon, Detroit, Cleveland. Then you've got the Padres and the Cubs, then Boston, New York, and then Cincinnati and the Dodgers. And then game 2, same schedule, tomorrow. I am really intrigued with like all of these matchups. I think these are some tremendous matchups here. I mean, you've got division opponents with Cleveland and Detroit. You've got Boston, New York. You've got two high-spending National League teams going at it with the Padres and the Cubs. And then you've got the Dodgers with the Reds just getting in by the skin of their teeth. So you've got some really good, interesting storylines with these matchups that I can't wait for it to start later on today. I can't wait. I know we got to wait till Saturday for the Brewers to get into action here, but these wild card matchups I think are really good. Again, I think, a lot of people are probably going to predict Dodgers over the Reds. It's probably going to have the biggest gap between votes and such, but I think the other ones are pretty tight. MLB.com did a piece, how the 12 teams left in the postseason can win it all for the Brewers. They had this to say. Yeah, they don't hit much for power, and they don't have much star power beyond the resurgent Christian Yelich, but the Brewers put together MLB's best regular season record by being one of the league's most balanced teams. They were 25-28 on May 24th before taking off, with winning streaks of 8-11 and a franchise record 14 games over a sensational stretch of 53 victories over their next 69 games, to vault to the best record in Major League Baseball, with the best run differential, best base running according to StatCast, third best offense by runs per game, and fourth best defense by fielding run value. So again, a lot of the same stuff that we've talked about, that we've heard about regarding the Brewers. Not a lot of power, but they can still score. They're aggressive on the base pass. Small ball, solid defense. And I think a lot of people are still waiting to see if that style of play can win it all when it comes to the postseason. That's where we're at. So, how would you change overtime? Or how would you change the tie rules when it comes to the NFL? A lot of you chiming in on the text line saying switch it to the college rules. So maybe that's the next question. Would you like to see the NFL adopt the college rule to overtime? Or mix it up, try to incorporate it at a different level? Like, do they go with their 10 minutes, everybody gets a shot? So let's look at this game on Sunday. It ended up still a tie. Then do you do the college rules after that? I would agree with Jordan a little bit earlier saying move it to the 40 because, I mean, kickers these days, they could just kick it probably for the 40 and make it and call it good. So, or do you start it at the 50, something like that? Just, all right, we're going to go 50 yards right at the halfway mark. Go. Make that a little sudden death. Or do you add the sudden death portion of it? How would you change? Or maybe you're like, no, leave it. Ties are okay. I'm cool with the tie. Is anybody cool with a tie? I'm not cool with a tie. I don't like a tie. I don't know anybody who is. But a couple more. We did some awards for the Brewers too. Ben says team MVP is Freddie Peralta. Best pitcher, Freddie Peralta. Best position player, Christian Yelich. We've got Mark saying team MVP, Peralta. Best position player / hitter, Christian Yelich. Best pitcher, Freddie Peralta. Another one, best team MVP, Bryce Turang. Best position player, Turang. Best pitcher, Freddie Peralta. Team MVP, Christian Yelich for Eric. Best position player, Bryce Turang. Best pitcher, Freddie Peralta. Most surprising player, Bryce Turang. And then what was the other one here? Oh, how about one for best trade? I'd go Quinn Priester. Yeah, you could do that too. There were some moves made this year that you could probably have a category for that. That's why I had Quinn Priester as my most surprising player for the Brewers, because nobody expected that. Another texter here, Jim says best or comeback player of the year. I'm going to still go with Woodruff over Yelich. That's a tough one, right? I mean, Yelich had the All-Star season last year. The second half gets hurt and done. Comes back, doesn't have an All-Star year. Batting average is down, but the power numbers are back. I'd still probably go with Brandon Woodruff because of being gone for over a year and then the hurdles he had to clear. And it still stinks that he might not be able to pitch in the postseason. I still might give a slight edge to Brandon Woodruff in that department. Keep these coming, all right? Text them, 715-830-1912, or comment on the video streams. We'll take our final break here for the second hour. We'll be back to wrap it up. We'll get back to some more Green and Gold talk coming up just past the 8 o'clock hour. With the first quarter of the season in the books, send me your grades and the most surprising player, most disappointing player. We'll get to that coming up a little bit later on. Toyson Ford is proud to serve the drivers of Chippewa Falls with some of the most popular vehicles around Wisconsin and the country. They're committed to giving drivers from across the Eau Claire, Bloomer, Elk Mound region the best in customer service with a top-notch selection of brand new vehicles to choose from, as well as an extensive inventory of pre-owned crossover SUV and trucks. Go check them out today at 1000 Chippewa Crossing Boulevard in Chippewa Falls. You can also check out their website, toysonford.net. It is a Grind My Gears Tuesday, brought to you by our good friends from Toyson Ford. What is grinding your gears? Probably maybe still a lot from Sunday and such, but if you got something else that's grinding your gears, text that over, comment on the video streams. What's grinding your gears? I agree with Jeremy a little bit earlier. I'm going to steal that one, Jeremy, if you're still listening, where Jeremy said, what grinds my gears? I have two amazing kids, but what grinds my gears is how they bring every illness possible home from school. Sharing is caring, but not with illness. So you can probably tell with my voice, I'm in the same boat right now. So bear with me. We get through these next couple hours here, but that is definitely a grind my gears. Getting to everything. I only have the one kid, but being with other kids, baseball, football, and such, bound to get something, right? So definitely that. I'm going to agree with Jeremy. So, Jeremy, I'm taking that one. That's grinding my gears this morning. What else is grinding your gears? We had a couple people text in a little bit earlier still saying the Packers lost from Sunday night. Another one was just came in a couple minutes ago, grinding his gears. He does, excuse me, Tim does think the Kirk Penny loss by the Badgers is going to be a big loss for the team, and that's what's grinding his gears. So, other than that, yeah, a couple of you have already earlier texted, still grinding your gears about the Packers game from Sunday. So, another one that came in, what grinds my gears, I'm hearing that the Brewers game is going to be around noon on Saturday, which means I won't be able to watch a big portion of it. That's grinding my gears. Why can't they have it on a little bit later? I did see some sort of rumors and rumblings. Now, it's not out yet. The times, they got the generic times out, but for Brewers wise, it's not out. But I did see some of that rumblings that it's going to be around noon on Saturday. Nothing official yet, but that's kind of where it's at. So, yeah, I mean, if you get a noon on a Saturday, right in the middle of a weekend day, does kind of stink a little bit. It does. I'll admit it does stink a little bit too because we got baseball going on right around the same time for a little guy. But we'll make do. We'll make do. So continue to send those on over. We're going to get back to some more grades, Packers wise, coming up in the next hour. So, first hour and the 6 a.m. hour, we assigned Packers grades with the first quarter of the season here in the books. For you, you can do whatever you want. If you just want to do offense, defense, special teams, overall grade, that's fine. If you want to break it down player wise, coach wise, you can do that too. I was a little bit more in depth in mine. I did forget a couple of them, and that's what I want to bring back here in the 8 o'clock hour. So it's not really a grade, but it's who do you think has been the best surprise so far this season? And who do you think has been maybe the most disappointing so far the first quarter of the season? So if you have those picks, you can text those or, again, comment on the video stream or hit me up on the socials. Got mine, but I want to see if we match up anywhere. So we'll get to that. Program note, RJ will join us at a 9 o'clock hour. He had another obligation at 8:20, so he's going to push it back, which I'm glad that we're going to still be able to catch up with RJ because, one, saves my voice a little bit. Two, but we get to talk some Badgers with him with that Kirk Petty loss. Brad Davison coming back to the program as their assistant coach. Also, Badger football, we're getting set for Michigan and such. So if you are tuning in around 8:20, expecting some Badger chat, it'll be about 9:20 this morning with Mr. Cardinal. So excited to get his thoughts. And how big of a loss is this for the Badger basketball team with Kirk Petty? I kind of think it is. I really do. I think it is. From everything that we've heard about how the influence that he has had on the offense, on the bringing in some international players. Now that he's not going to be there, I think it is a huge loss. And I guess it's kind of a wait and see approach now, how much of a loss that really is going to affect this ball club moving forward. But everything that we've been told, everything that we've heard, everything that we have read about the emergence of this offense and some of these international players, it gets pointed directly to the influence from Kirk Penny. I don't know how well or what exactly the main roles for Brad Davison are going to be at this point, but I think those are kind of some big shoes to fill for Brad. To fill in those shoes that are going to be left by Kirk Penny. So, a couple more grades. We've got Jimbo saying B for an overall grade for the Packers, C for the offense, B plus for the defense. Another one here. We've got, this is from Nathan. Nathan says B plus overall grade, B for the coaching, A minus for the defense, B for the offense. Okay. We've got Jake saying B for the overall grade, C plus for the offense, B plus for the defense. Some coach grades. We've got a lot of C's and B's, it looks like. Just says coaching C and or C's or B's for a lot of you. Like Travis says coaching is a C plus. Brandon says coaching is a B minus. Luke says coaching is a B. Then Andy says coaching is a B. All right, continue to send those. We'll get to those coming up a little bit later on. But also tell me who you think has been the most pleasant surprise for this team, a nice surprise, and who has been your disappointment. Just 4 games into the season, just the first quarter of the season we're looking at. Who would you put in that category? Okay. We've got Zach on the video stream saying, well, Wyatt is is my high player. I think he's played great ball. And my low player is Josh Jacobs. I don't think it's all on him. I just think maybe he's having a slow start. Josh says, nice surprise, Devontae Wyatt has improved greatly. Nice to see Jordan Morgan has been a disappointment. Too many mistakes and haven't seen a first-round talent yet. Jordan on the video stream also saying what grinds my gears is the Packers special teams. Feels like a broken record saying this every year, but their blunders the last 2 games are the difference between being 2-1-1 and 4-0. I would agree with you too, Jordan. I'd agree with you as well. Completely agree. All right, shot clock's going to cut me off here in about 25, 30 seconds or so. So we'll kick off the next hour, talk a little grit of gold. We'll get back to some Brewers talk as well. If you want to hand out some awards for the regular season for the Brew Crew, please do so. MVP, best position player, best hitter, best pitcher, most improved player. Who you got for this Brewers team? All right. 2 in. A couple more to go. We got some news updates, and we'll be back after these quick words. Third hour, kicking off right now on this last day of September, September 30th. Thanks for hanging out with me this morning. Appreciate it. Thanks for texting, chiming in on the video streams and such. Love getting your responses, your thoughts. James says, what grinds my gear with the bye week for both the Brewers and the Packers? We have the week to talk about injury lists and fan frustration. Feel free, Dan. I've had the kiddo crud for 3 days. Oh, man, I won't like it the last 3 days. James also says, Brewers MVP. Oh, I gotta switch off the video there. Hold tight. Don't send me any angry messages right now, okay? So just hold on tight. There we go. This is why I need an assistant. But James also says, Brewers MVP William Contreras. I know his offensive numbers have been down this year, but I shudder to think of where we would be without him. Send me your Brewers MVPs from the regular season, along with maybe your best pitcher, best position player, most improved, maybe your biggest surprise player when it comes to the Brewers as well, too. You could throw that one in there. But get back to some more baseball talk coming up here. Don't forget to send me your predictions for the wild card series. Who you got moving on? Who do you think the Brewers will face in the opening round? Or not the opening round, the divisional round. Who do you think? Opening round for the Brewers, but who do you got? All right, give me some predictions. We'll get back to more baseball talk coming up here. We've got Badger talk coming up in a little over an hour from now. RJ Carter will join us, breaking everything down from the Kirk Petty news. Brad Davis is back with the program as a coach. Football going up against Michigan. So lots to catch up on with RJ, which we'll do that in a little over an hour. First hour, we spent some time handing out some grades, first quarter grades for the green and gold. Now that the first quarter of the season is officially in the books, how would we grade what we've seen so far from Green Bay? One area that I didn't get to that I want to touch on, along with the first quarter of the season, who is the most surprising in a good way, pleasant surprise, good surprise, the most surprising player from the first quarter of the season, and who do you think is the most disappointing player? Don't want to be all negative and such, but maybe it was a player that you had some high expectations for, that you thought was going to just kind of come out swinging or off to a really good start or just have a really good year, and so far they haven't, and it's disappointing for you. A lot of you picking Devontae Wyatt for your most surprising player. And yeah, I would probably co-sign that. I'd probably co-sign that. The impact that he has had on this team so far. He has become a big piece of this defense, and has been a big piece of the success of the defense for the most part outside the second half against the Cowboys. The amount of pressures he's been able to generate on the quarterback, with no Kenny Clark, he's the guy. He's the dude at the interior front. So I would co-sign on that, just to be a little bit different. And I know he struggled in this game against the Cowboys. But I do have to say Keyshawn Nixon has been playing better than maybe what I thought it was going to be like. And I know, again, we can credit the pass rush. And it's exactly right. But in terms of, some of the pass breakups that he's had and some of the play, it still grinds my gears how he looked like gave up on that one play on Sunday, which that really, really grinds my gears. Really, really, really bugs me. But overall, surprise-wise, because I was skeptical of Keyshawn being CB number one. And I think so far, through the first few games, now he did have to go up against CeeDee Lamb. But through the first few games, I think he has played better than what I thought it was going to be. So to be different, to not pick Devontae Wyatt like everybody else is, I'll probably throw Keyshawn Nixon's name in there. My most disappointing, I'm probably going to go Elgton Jenkins. Hear me out. Elgton Jenkins is an all-pro, Pro Bowl interior offensive lineman, but it sure seems like the move to center has not gone that great as of yet. It hasn't gone that great. Elgton Jenkins has even said he's got to play better. He's got to play a lot better. And I just don't think he is playing up to that Elton Jenkins level that we have seen when he has played the guard position. Is he playing out of position? Do they have to move him back to guard? Do they got to do something different? Do they continue to ride us? Now, he didn't give up any pressures from that Cowboys game. But again, if you are a believer in Pro Football Focus, Elton Jenkins had the 5th worst offensive grade. Didn't allow pressure, but struggled in the run game. And it just, I don't know, like, I think they put a lot on his shoulders too, playing that center position. As Collinsworth noted it during the telecast on Sunday night, a lot of times the guard will, you see it, guard will kind of smack or tap the center and such and have all these responsibilities. They still put it on Jenkins, where he's got to like look between his legs back at Jordan Love. It's like we're playing recess football and you're a center and you're looking, you're hunched over looking between your legs behind you, right? That's what it looks like. Now, I get it. Jenkins has been in the league for a while. He's getting paid a lot of money. He's been one of the best interior offensive linemen. But a change of position for this year and then adding that on, is it a little bit too much? So I'd throw Elton Jenkins' name in there. I would throw, yes, the Morgan one I would agree with too. I mean, considering he had a fantastic preseason and training camp, it's been a slow first quarter for him. Penalties, some issues. He did play better in the second half against the Cowboys, but kind of set the bar, I think, high to where we were talking about, man, is he going to win the left tackle position over Walker? And I think it's fair to say he has not played to that level so far in the first quarter of the season. Another name, I was kind of wondering, Xavier McKinney. And a lot of people are going to focus on his interceptions. He only got one. What's wrong with him? Because he had a lot more last year. I mean, he set the bar incredibly high with interceptions and such. But again, I'll use Pro Football Focus for a grade measurement here. And you probably saw it on Sunday during the telecast. But his grade right now isn't that great with Pro Football Focus. I don't know if it's going to load up for me, but he's not. Is it? Yeah, he's got his passer rating allowed 82nd best in the National Football League. His overall grade is a 60.1, which is ranked 82nd out of 129 safeties. So I'd probably put a little Xavier McKinney into that disappointment category. Not to say he's been like gosh awful and just playing some of the worst football of anybody out there, but maybe he's a product too of setting the bar incredibly high last year, to where it's a little bit of a slow start. You're like, what the heck is wrong with Xavier McKinney? So throw him in there. Do you throw Dontavian Wicks in there too a little bit? Now he's had some good catches. I mean, it was the Washington game. With no Jaden Reed now, no Christian Watson to open up the season. Did you expect a little bit more from Wicks? 2 catches against the Cowboys for 19 yards. 2 catches against the Browns for 21 yards. 4 catches against the Commanders for 44 yards. 2 catches against the Lions. Just, with opportunity in front of him. A little disappointing maybe to not see. And is it based off of just lack of opportunities too? Just not getting the targets? For what it's worth, Pro Football Focus gives him a 64.5 grade, which is 47th. 47th. Targets, he's just had 16 in 4 games, so about 4 per game. That's 60th in the league. But you look at pass snaps, he's played 99 snaps, 65th in the league. Those are just a few of my names that kind of popped up there. Maybe some other nice surprises. Boy. I mean, we kind of knew what to expect from Daniel Whelan. trying to think of maybe some of the newcomers that have come in and done a really good job, and or maybe Hobbs I'm still kind of undecided on at this point. Uh I mean Cooper we had high expectations. Maybe Quay, I thought he played well for the most part, except for the second half of that Cowboys game. So maybe a little bit of a nice surprise with Quay in that aspect, but no, I think that's where I'm at. I think that's where I'm at. How about you? James, a couple more, well, actually, quite a few texts here from James. Unsung Brewers Heroes. I'd give the supporting cast award to Ortiz and Perkins. Yes, Ortiz's OPS is in the tank. And Perkins' propensity to look at strike three bugs me, but their defense has literally won games for the Brewers. It's hard for me to grade players individually, with the exception of the O-line. I've seen flashes of greatness for most starters and had a lot of what were you thinking moments. I guess the way I would grade just about all the players, with the exception of Parsons and Dobbs, both have balled out. I'd give a consistency grade of C+ to most starters. I gave Dobbs and Parsons individual grades of A's. I think that's where we're at. Ooh, interesting. Don't know the name of the texter, but texter says biggest disappointment for me might have to, I would say, Micah Parsons. I have yet to see him take over a game and earn quarterback money. He has been disruptive here and there, but hasn't actually made many plays in the backfield. There's also been some big plays made against the Packers as he's blowing things up in the backfield. Maybe an unfair assessment, but that's what I've seen so far. That's interesting. I mean, Parsons leads the league in pressures at this point. We all know he's like constantly getting double teamed and chipped and such. So, but appreciate you texting that out over. Mark from Eau Claire, disappointed so far. Golden with the hype coming in, and Reed's injury. Golden hasn't been what we thought he'd be so far. Look at Bucks receiver Emeke at another one, or at what another round one wide receiver could be. I was thinking the same thing, Mark. I was thinking the same thing. Looking at the kid from the Buccaneers, that dude has just been flipping balling out, and it's kind of been quiet for Matthew Golden so far. John says, my Brewers MVP is Christian Yelich. Without Yelich, I don't think the Brewers get the 1 seed. Best pitcher is easy. Freddie Peralta, most improved player is Sal Frelick. So, Steve from Eau Claire, for the moment I heard the Packers were moving Jenkins to center full time, I thought it was a bad idea. An offensive lineman like him who could play every position on the line is a diamond in the rough. It just felt pigeonholing him at center was not the right move to utilize his talents. I never agreed with the decision right from the start. Continue to send those out over. I like this. All right. I like these comments. I like this analysis. Text them or send them on the video stream. We got to take a quick break. We'll be back with more after these quick words. Deer season in Wisconsin isn't just a hobby, it's a tradition. And for hunters who take it seriously, there's one step that's been trusted year after year. Tilden Gun. From rifles and scopes to ammos and accessories, Tilden Gun has what hunters need to get ready for the woods. No gimmicks, no guesswork, just solid gear, fair prices, and honest advice from folks who know hunting because they live it. Whether someone's looking at getting a new scope or stocking up on ammo or finally upgrading that old rifle, Tilden Gun helps hunters gear up with confidence. Wide selection, dependable brands, and the staff that actually knows what they're talking about. Tilden Gun is where Wisconsin hunters go when they want to do it right. This season, before you head to the stand, make sure you go visit Tilden Gun. Check out their website at tildengun.com or stop by their shop at 12427 90th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. All right, so we are doing some grades and most surprising players, most disappointing players so far for you with the first quarter of this Packers season. You can continue to send those on over. We'll get back to those coming up a little bit later on. Also, your team MVP for the Brewers from the regular season. Who do you got for that? Maybe your best pitcher, best hitter, all that stuff. Going back to Ortiz here, I thought this was an interesting thing from Pat Murphy when James mentioned Ortiz. It's related to Christian Yelich, though, because we've seen Christian Yelich batting in the leadoff spot for the last few games now, which was, kind of the first time it's been like a consistent thing here now for a few games this year, and it happened at the end of the season. Why is that? Why is that? Adam McCalvey from Brewers.com, I thought this was an interesting nugget talking about it. And apparently this is something that the Brewers have been thinking about for a little bit here. And the reason for it, I guess, is to kind of give a little bit of protection to their ninth hitter, in this case, Joey Ortiz. Obviously, Yelich will be leading off the game that, but it's like when it gets to Joey Ortiz's spot in the lineup, and he's got Yelich batting behind him. So maybe it gives a little bit of protection for Ortiz to get better pitches and hopefully get on base and give a base runner to Christian Yelich. And I thought that was an interesting observation or an interesting thought from Pat Murphy on that. And again, that's something apparently they've been thinking about for a while here. And this is the actual quote here or clip here from Pat Murphy and from Adam McCalvey's piece, because he was actually answering questions from fans on Reddit. And somebody asked about Chris Yelich being at leadoff spot. Sounds like they may be planning to bat Yelich leadoff in the playoffs, so I cannot tell you if that is specific to one opponent or if it will even happen. Part of the thinking, Pat Murphy suggested, is the way the leadoff hitter can protect the 9-hole hitter, which in this case is Joey Ortiz. Pat Murphy on Friday said, quote, "It's something we're looking at, plot thickens. Why do they wait until the final week to try it?" Murphy's answer was, it's like anything else. You don't put all your trick plays until the end of preparations, right? You don't open football camp in July and start throwing the flea flicker. You wait and wait and wait. Now it's time. If you can get there, trick plays are only used if you can get to that position. I had a couple other people mention it to me, and I was like, I've been saying I'm going to do that. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see how that feels. Yelly is so much of a team guy. He's willing to help out any way he can. Will it line up that way in a week, he was asked. His response, I'll let you know in a week. So what do you think about that mindset? What do you think about Yelich batting in the leadoff spot to protect Joey Ortiz? To maybe get Joey Ortiz better pitches to hit, knowing, when he's up, you don't want to have a base runner on for Christian Yelich, potentially. Or you're going to have to give Ortiz better pitches, and maybe that'll help him be a better, consistent hitter at the plate. I mean, remember, last year, there were times Ortiz was flipping batting in that third spot. He has shown he can be a good hitter. He has shown this year, it was a small stretch, but he has shown that he can be a decent hitter at times. But I thought that was just kind of, because I'll be honest, I was like, oh, okay. It's a little, kind of a little bit. Remember when Yost, when pitchers had hit? I think it was Yost that mostly did it. Pitcher batting eighth, like Kendall was batting ninth, to try to get another leadoff hitter up there. Here's a little bit of a different way to kind of look at it. Get your power hitter maybe bat leadoff to protect the ninth hitter for him to get pitches. Interesting. Thought it was kind of interesting. But I don't know if they make that move, if they make that decision, if Bryce Terang wasn't hitting like he was in August. If he's not displaying the power that he was displaying, I don't know if they make that switch up. Because now they just plug him in at that third spot. So it kind of looks like your top 5, 6 hitters are going to be Yelich, Cheerio, Terang, Contreras, Frelick, and then Vaughn, or then Vaughn, then Frelick. Somewhere, a mixture of that, because there's even some talk, like you look at Adam McCulvey's roster prediction for the postseason. There's no Rhys Hoskins. He doesn't have Rhys Hoskins making the postseason roster. And when you kind of look at the play, and McCulvey that was another question that he answered from a fan. And essentially, he kind of admitted, too, he was a little surprised that there wasn't more at-bats for Hoskins. But he answered, big picture, Hoskins' play time decreased after his return because Vaughn had established himself as a potent option at first base and plays better defense. And because Bauers is a left-handed hitting component who also plays good defense and, importantly, has versatility to help in the outfield if you need that. Murphy has said on several occasions that he views Bauers as a big piece of the postseason roster, that he sees a huge moment late in the game for Bauers. We'll see. Now, does that explain Hoskins barely playing at all? No. Those of us on the outside expected way more than one start and 10 plate appearances over 3 weeks. I don't think anybody really thought that either. I don't think anybody kind of thought that those would be the limited. Hoskins would be that limited. Another question, too, that McCulvey was asked about is the closer role when it comes to the postseason. Is it going to be Uribe or will they go back to McGill? McCulvey said it's, the closer question is a really good one. And McGill, we mentioned this yesterday. McGill said he'd do whatever. But McCulvey thinks the ninth is going to stay with Uribe, while they give McGill a little bit more time to regain confidence and velocity before he reclaims his closer duties. So, I'll be honest, though. If we get into the postseason, we get to a game where closeout situation, you're up by 1, and you got the top of the order coming up, and Uribe's coming out there. Uribe's been great, okay? He's been awesome this year. He still makes me nervous when he goes out there. Now, to be fair, I'd probably be honest, or I'd probably be nervous about any pitcher or closer going out there in that situation. But I'd still be a little bit nervous with Uribe. But, dude, this year, 1.67 ERA, 1.67 ERA is 75 games played. Just a little over 75 innings pitched. And you look at what Abner Uribe has kind of done in the absence of Trevor McGill. You want to talk about lights out in the month of August? Dude was lights out, literally. 14 games, not 18 strikeouts, just 4 walks. 2 of those walks came in one game against the Cubs. That's how awesome he has been. September, 10 games, 1.80 ERA. He gave up 2 against the Phillies back on September 1st. Heck, I mean, even July, 11 games, 1.59 ERA. 2 total earned runs, 1 game against Washington. Uribe has been fantastic all season long. And I think, we were handing out awards. We talk about best pitcher, Freddie. Yeah. Uribe deserves some credit too, man. He deserves a lot of credit for the season. I think it's kind of flown under the radar a little bit. The quality and the dominance of a season that Abner Uribe has had for the Brewers. Because if you really look at it, I mean, sheesh, April, 1.98 ERA. May, 1.32 ERA. June, struggled, 12 games, 3.55 ERA. Bounces back, 1.59 in July. 0 in August, 1.80 in September. And you're talking about a guy who's up there in terms of appearances all across Major League Baseball with some of the most appearances. So it's not like it's a small sample size either. I mean, this guy has been fantastic. I want to try to see how many appearances if I can get, because I know he was one of the league leaders up there, but I'll see if I can find that coming up a little bit later on. So when we talk about best pitcher, I would say I picked Freddie Peralta. Let's not ignore the performance that Abner Uribe has done for this team either. Gosh, it's just something with Brewers setup guys and closers. Go back in history of over these last few years, setups and closers. I know they do so much with their pitching labs and pitching developments and starters and that, but I mean, for crying out loud. They would bring in K-Rod in the early 2010s, but it's Axford. You got Corey Knebel. I mean, then Devin Williams and Jeffers, Josh Hader, Trevor McGill, Abner Uribe. They just find these guys. And it's literally like next man up for a closer spot. They get them like tuned up in that 8th inning setup role. And it's like, all right, you're the next closer. Moving on up. Next man up. They've been doing a fantastic job at that as of late over the last few years. Holy moly. All right, we got to take a quick break. More Brewers talk, more football talk, all that fun stuff coming up. Don't forget, it is also a Toys and Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. So what's grinding your gears? Get it off your chest. Hit us up with a text or comment on the video stream. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Deer season or football season, Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire has hunters and tailgaters covered. Known for expert venison processing, Mike's turns that hard-earned deer into high-quality cuts, sausages, and more. And for the next big game, hey, grab yourself some of their famous homemade brats, perfect for any tailgate party. Local flavor, family service, quality you can taste. That's Mike's Star Market. Stop on in today and taste the difference. Located at 2238 Heimstead Road in Eau Claire. That's the west side of Eau Claire. I was looking at some of the Pro Football Focus grades from this previous game, Packers and Dallas, just to see what they thought who played well. Micah Parsons had the highest grade of anybody on the defense, or on from both teams, 94.2. So easily the highest grade on the defensive side for the Packers. Next up, it was 79.5. That was Isaiah McDuffie, Andrew Cooper, Rashawn Gary, and then Devontae Wyatt round out the top five. Top offensive players, Josh Jacobs, 81.8. Then it was Jordan Love, Derek Kennard, Malik Heath, and then Tucker Kraft. How about the bottom five offense? The worst offensive grade went to Luke Musgrave, specifically with some of his blocking issues, extra point and such, and run blocking. Sean Ryan was next, Dontavian Wicks, John Fitzpatrick, and then Elton Jenkins. Bottom five defense was Stackhouse, Quay Walker, Carrington Valentine, Colby Wooden, and Enog Barre. So those, I was just kind of curious to see where. So I always look at those every week, after every game, just to kind of see where. I don't think Pro Football Focus is the be all tell all statistics, stats, measurement. But I find it curious with how some people use those grades and how others view the players' performances from like an analytical sense. I think it's a useful, again, tool to have in the toolbox. But it's always like, remember a few years ago, there's always some debate surrounding these grades. Remember a few years ago it was was it a Sunday night or a Monday night game or a Thursday night? I can't remember. It was a primetime game, but it was Packers Chiefs, and Rodgers threw like 4 touchdowns or 5 touchdown passes, and he got like a poor Pro Football Focus grade. So, I mean, there's a little bit of that. There's a little bit of issues with that. That's why I don't view it as the be all, tell all, type of grade here. So, but as we head into week 5 of the NFL season, after a couple games last night, the Tyreek Hill one, I mean, I've already talked a little bit with Dr. Crow about it this morning with that knee injury. If you didn't hear about it, it's a pretty gruesome knee injury. But Dr. Crow said very likely ACL, LCL, and meniscal injuries, significant chance of a nerve injury, which would likely end his career. Dislocated knee last night. Dolphins did pick up the win, but losing a key piece like Tyreek Hill. Denver shutting down Cincinnati 28-3. Not going good in Cincinnati right now with the loss of Joe Burrow at quarterback. That's the next opponent for the Packers coming up after their bye week, in case you're wondering. The Bengals also have the Lions. So they're going to be at home taking on the Lions this weekend. But you look at the standings across the NFL. Chiefs kind of look like they're back to being the Chiefs. When we look at the first quarter of this NFL season, what kind of stands out to you? You got Buffalo 4-0. They were close to losing the opener, but now, I mean, looks like Buffalo living up to the Super Bowl hype. You got Pittsburgh leading the North, 3-1. Browns probably one of the bigger disappointments, just 1-3. I get it. They've had a little bit of a tougher schedule. They've got some injuries they're dealing with. Their defense is not great. I think easily one of the biggest surprises has been the Colts, off to a 3-1 start, falling to the Rams just barely this past weekend. Jacksonville's out to a 3-1 start with a new head coach. Houston finally picking up their first win. A little bit of a surprise there. You look at the AFC North, though, too. Really quick, every single team in the AFC North, nobody has a positive point differential. Everybody's negative, including the 3-1 Steelers. They're -2. Ravens are -2. Bengals -58. Browns -46. AFC West, I mean, the Chargers just lost their first game, but don't look now. The Kansas City Chiefs looking more like the Kansas City Chiefs. Hey, they got healthy in the wide receiver department, so what a difference that makes for them. They've got the Jaguars coming up, and then Packers fans, you're going to have to be Chiefs fans coming up on the 12th because they play the Lions then. So if you're looking for some losses potentially for the Lions. But, yeah, that's why after the first couple weeks, don't panic too much on results of that. Chiefs kind of back at it now. Broncos picking up the win last night to improve to 2-2. Raiders 1-3 after falling to the Bears. Eagles, the Eagles one's kind of Eagles are 4-0. But they're putting up some weird numbers, stats, statistics, whatever you want to call it. They're putting up some they're not lighting up the box score. Because I think I saw, did Jalen Hurts not complete a single pass in the second half of that game against the Buccaneers? Let me see. Third quarter punts. They had a touchdown, 6 plays. Barkley right tackle, Barkley right guard. Jalen Hurts scrambles. Barkley up the middle. Hurts up the middle. Barkley, yeah. Punt. Safety. Jeez. And they still won 31-25 because they built a 28-0 lead at the first half. But you look at, I mean, they're not just like blowing you away with some crazy offensive. I mean, Jalen Hurts led the team in rushing yards against Tampa Bay. Jalen Hurts is 27th in passing yards. He's got 5 touchdowns. Doesn't have an interception. 5 touchdowns, 609 yards, 0 interceptions. But the only thing that matters is they're 4-0. Commanders 2-2, Dallas 1-1, Giants 1-3. South, Tampa Bay getting their first loss 3-1. Atlanta's up there 2-2. Carolina's kind of all over the place. New Orleans, I don't think is surprising anybody that they're winless at this point. NFC West. Got 3 teams who are 3-1. San Francisco, Seattle, the Rams. Then you got Arizona sitting there at 2-2. Every single team. So we said the AFC North, every single team had a minus run, or I want to say run differential, minus point differential. Every single team in the NFC West, positive point differential. The only team in the NFC North to have a negative point differential is the Bears at minus 16. But we know how the NFC North looks right now. So first quarter, kind of recap, I think surprises for me. Pleasant surprises. I'd throw the Colts in there. I'd probably throw, I don't know if I'd put Pittsburgh in there right now. I'd put the Colts in there for sure. I put the Jaguars 3-1. Yeah, sure, why not? Other than that, disappointments, definitely Houston I'd put in there. Miami I'd put in there. Baltimore I would put in there. I'd say there's a little bit more disappointments than some surprises. So, all right, we got to take our final break before we head into our final hour, where we're going to switch gears and talk lots of Badgers, Badger football, Badger basketball. All that is on the docket with RJ Cardinal coming up at about 9:20. Quick break. We'll be back to wrap up the third hour after these quick words. Got a couple of Toyson Ford grind my gears texts. It looks like John says, "What grinds my gears is the NFL still allows MetLife Stadium to have the same crappy turf that keeps taking players out of the game with injuries. Every year, that stadium claims 2 to 5 players ending their season." Trying to load up what you sent over there, surveyor. So give me a quick minute if this is going to load up for me or not. Otherwise, I'll have to save it for coming past the top of the hour here. So coming up in about 25 minutes or so, we'll catch up with RJ Cardinal because there's a lot that we got to catch up on with him. With the Badger basketball news of Kirk Petty leaving the program and going back to New Zealand to be closer to his family. Brad Davison now a part of the coaching staff. We'll talk some football as the Badgers get set for their matchup against Michigan. Got a bye week, so maybe got a break from some bad football. But hey, the Packers filled in for it though too. So there you go. Can't even say we got a week away from some bad football because Packers were bad on Sunday night too. But so we'll catch up with RJ coming up in about let's say 25 minutes or so. Continue to send me some of your grades though. Been doing this a lot this morning. Packers grades with the first quarter of the season in the books. Again, it's open to you. However you want to do it. If you want to grade the entire team or individual people or individual units or position groups, don't matter. I'll leave it up to you. You could do as much as you want. You could do as little as you want. Also, with the Brewers regular season, we're handing out some awards. You know, your team MVP, most improved, maybe best pitcher, best position player. You know, we've been doing that all morning too. So if you haven't chimed in on that, send it on over. But I will say, pitcher wise, it is very popular pick is Freddie Peralta. If I had an award for most underrated, I probably would put Abner Uribe on there just because I think the season that he has had and the job that he has done so far for this ball club has been absolutely fantastic. Just hopefully that continues as we get set for the postseason coming up on Saturday. So, reminder, the wild card round does begin today. 12 o'clock first games. Detroit taking on Cleveland. Then you've got the Padres Cubs series. That's the one we're eyeing up, Brewers fans. After that, Boston, New York, and then Dodgers versus the Reds. Is it going to load up for me now? No. Oh, nope, not yet. Got a website error. I'll get to it there, surveyor. Don't worry. I'll get to your text coming up here in just a little bit. So, but if you want, send me your wild card predictions. Who do you think is going to advance to the divisional round? Who is going to advance to the divisional round? I'll make my picks coming up later on this hour at the back end, or later on next hour at the back end. We usually do our picks and predicts segment. So I'll do the whole series too, not just for that game. I mean, I'll still pick the game, but then I'm going to pick the series, who wins that series too. So send me your predictions. Who do you got advancing to the divisional round for both the AL and the NL. All right. What'd you have to say here, Surveyor? It's actually going to load up for me this time. So, okay, now I'm mad. Why in the heck is Luke Musgrave on the extra point field goal team? You have 4 tight ends on the team. 2 are basically glorified O linemen and are specifically on this team to block. Why is a wide receiver? Yes, I said wide receiver because the man can't block. This is asinine. There's a 10-year-old playing Madden running our special teams, hoping to run a fake every time. These are boneheaded plays that pisses off Packers fans. I feel better now. Yeah, you know what happened after that too, Surveyor? He did get pulled. You know who went in for him? A bigger guy, Carl Brooks. So Musgrave got pulled. Carl Brooks went in there then. Calling it now, Brad Davison will be the Badgers head coach after Greg Gard retires. And yes, he will retire as the head coach. Bold prediction. It always seemed like Davison was destined to be back with the program or always hanging around the program. When he was there as a player, it just seemed like he was destined to be involved somehow, some way. You know, I'll ask RJ that coming up in the next hour or two if that was kind of the idea or mindset he kind of had too. But I could see it. I could definitely see it. We've got this is from Jim. Jim says Packers overall grade B. Offense is a C. Defense is a B+. Team MVP for the Brewers. He's also going to go with Freddie Peralta and Christian Yelich. So co-MVPs. Okay. Another Brewers MVP pick for Christian Yelich. This one comes from another John. I got a lot of Johns. Another Jason. Then Jason texting in and saying for the Packers, his grade is a B+. B+ for the defense. B for the offense. Don't need to comment on special teams. All right, I get it. Yep, that's definitely. I would say everybody has given the special teams a D. And that should tell you how I think everybody feels about special teams. If you take away Daniel Whelan and McManus, it's probably straight up F, right? That'd be fair to say that the only thing that's keeping that as a D is the punter and the kicker. Everything else is just god-awful. All right, shot clock's going to cut me off here in a few seconds. So we'll kick off the 9 o'clock hour, getting back to more of your text. Don't forget, send me your Grind My Gears Tuesday. All right, brought to you by Toyson Ford. And then we'll switch gears and talk some Badgers with RJ coming up in about 20 minutes. Quick break for some news, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. All right, we finally made it to the final hour on this Tuesday morning, the final day of September. We switch over to October tomorrow, October 1st. Top 2 months in the sports calendar. Everything feels like is going on in October, game-wise, right? Plus, throw in a little hunting season and such. Whew, yeah, October, baby. Give me some October. All right, coming up in about 20 minutes or so, we'll catch up with Mr. RJ Cardinal, Badger analyst. Lots to catch up on with him, football and basketball and such. So we'll visit with him coming up here in just a little bit. It is a Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. So if you got something that's grinding your gears, you can get it off your chest and hit us up on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line with a quick text at 715-830-1912. Or you can join in on the YouTube video stream and chime in over there as well. Get back some more of those. Throughout the morning, we've been taking your grades since the Packers' first quarter of the season in the books. How would you grade this Packers team? How would you grade them? You could do whatever you want. You could do, if you want to break it down by players, if you want to do just position groups, or you just want to do offense, defense, special teams. I'll leave it up to you. I think we all have the special teams at a D. A little bit of a difference in opinion from offense. I've seen C's, A's, B's, and such, but we've had all that, and you can continue to text us at 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line. So we'll get to RJ coming up here as well. Also, we'll talk some Brewers coming up here in just a little bit too. Brewers are going to be back in action starting on Saturday. Baseball playoffs do start today. First round matchup or wild card matchups are going to be Detroit taking on Cleveland at noon. Then after that, that's the series that we're all going to be paying attention to, Brewers fans, because it's the Padres versus the Cubs. The winner of that series will be going to take on the Brewers coming up on Saturday. After that, you got the Yankees and the Red Sox, and we've got Dodgers and the Reds for the nightcap. So if you want to send your predictions on over, you can do that. We've got a lot of Dodger picks, which is no surprise that they'll move on. We've gotten Yankees picks, and then that's kind of the two majorities of there. It's pretty split between Padres and Cubs right now from some of the messages we're getting. And then for the Tigers and Guardians, that one's also pretty split too. I would say it's about 50-50 at that point. We'll get back to some Bucks talk too, because yesterday was media day for the first time for the Milwaukee Bucks. Giannis talking to the local media for the first time, and it was the first opportunity for a lot of people to be asking him about his offseason that was full of rumors and whether he was going to stay on the Bucks or request a trade and such. He said, though, after the game, or not after the game, but he did say yesterday, though, that he is excited for this team. He is very excited for the youth of this team. And he's got some high optimism. He's got some high optimism for this team going forward. Excited to be teaming up with Miles Turner. Said he is one of the bigs that I feel like we could fit so well together. I think he gives our team so much depth as one of the best bigs in the league. He can shoot, take you off the dribble. He's a great defender. After that, he's an unbelievable guy in the locker room. Very high character guy, so I'm very excited for him, and it's an incredible move by the Bucks. He also went on a little bit later to talk about, again, some of the youth on this team, calling them dogs, hungry dogs for this upcoming season. And thinks that the Bucks are going to be a little bit of a kind of under the radar type of team, which I understand why Giannis is saying that. I understand why he feels that way. But at the same time, you look at the Eastern Conference and a lot of the injuries. Are the Bucks really flying under the radar? Because we know the Celtics, they moved out from some guys, cleared up some salary space. Jason Tatum's out. We've got Halliburton out for the Pacers. They lose Turner. I mean, there's injuries that really affect the top portion of teams in the Eastern Conference. So is it almost by default that the Bucks would be up there because you still got Giannis? I think Orlando's going to be up there. I think Cleveland's going to be up there. The Knicks will probably be up there as well. But to me, I think right now Bucks are probably a top 4 team in the East. So is that necessarily flying under the radar that much? Again, I understand why Giannis has that mindset, and I agree to it to a point. But at the same time, with all the other injuries to some of the teams in the Eastern Conference, I almost feel like by default, Bucks will be a top 4 team in the Eastern Conference. And if you're a top 4 team, then you should be a championship contender, in my opinion. Oh, here we go. Switching gears here. I love these. Oh, what do they have to say here? The Athletic ranking each MLB playoff team's lineup. All right. Where do they got the Brewers? I don't know. I'm just opening it up. First one's the Yankees. Judge, Bellinger, Rice, Stanton, Chisholm. 2 is the Phillies, Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohmstott. Mariners, 3. Dodgers, 4. Toronto, 5. Hey, Brewers coming in at 6. Yelich, Chirio, Terang, Contreras, Frelick. The good. If you stride into the postseason as an unaffiliated fan, consider falling for the Brew Crew. I agree. Co-sign. They play an old school, aesthetically pleasing brand of ball. They put rangy defenders across the diamond, and their hitting profiles are such that Milwaukee racks up base hits, walks, and stolen bases at an alarming rate. They were a top 3 lineup this season in runs scored, batting average, on-base percentage, walk-to-strikeout ratio, infield hits, bunts, bunt hits, and stolen bases. The bad power outages have befallen the Brewers in postseasons past, and they ranked 22nd in homers this season. Still, Yelich's power stroke return this season. Chirio and Contreras are 20-homer guys. Speedster Terang smacked 18, and right-handed bench bats Andrew Vaughn and Rhys Hoskins are capable of doing damage. The big question is Chirio all right? Returning from a right hamstring strain in late August, he was 6 for 9 in his first 2 games back, and then went cold for all of September, batting .200 with 7 extra base hits, 2 of which came out the last 2 days of the regular season. All right. So, let's go. Let's take a quick break and talk some Badgers, shall we? Let's do some Badgers. RJ Cardinal. It's been a couple weeks here since we talked with RJ. Let's catch up on a lot of things, including some football, some basketball. Big basketball news out there with Kirk Petty. We'll take a quick break and be back after these few words.
Convenient location today. Franzen Bank and Trust, member FDIC, equal housing lender, NMLS number 1207375.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya guselkumab may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Get ready to save half with half-off deals. It's a great way for you to get goods and services that you will love, and you don't have to pay full price. Start saving this Friday, October 3rd, with Corton House. Be ready with your credit or debit card and get ready to save with this week's half-off deals. For more details and to find out about all the savings, just go to aroundthe715.com. Where to go, what to do, concert information, podcasts, all that and more at your fingertips. With just a click, stay in touch with the 715. Aroundthe715.com, your go-to source for all things happening in the Chippewa Valley and beyond. Local events, contests, guides, news, and original 715 info. From raging rock to your favorite sing-along, annoy the children in the car music, news updates, local banter, sports, and more. Aroundthe715.com, a place to call home. You've been in the workplace for a while. You know how to build relationships. You've had success, but maybe you're still searching for the right place. A place where you're not just hitting quotas, but truly helping people. At Midwest Family Eau Claire, that's exactly what we do. We don't just sell radio ads. We partner with local businesses to create custom marketing solutions that help them grow. As a marketing specialist, you'll work side by side with business owners, acting as a trusted advisor, helping them reach their goals and strengthen our community. We're a locally owned company with a fun, fast-paced culture. Collaboration, creativity, and support aren't just buzzwords here. They're the foundation of how we work. Because when our clients succeed, we all succeed. So if you're a proven sales professional ready for a new home, this is it. It's time to find the place where your work really matters. Apply at MidwestFamilyEauClaire.com.
When I was a kid, we used to always say there's nothing to do. And half the time we were right. There was one place to go, one place to watch a show, maybe one band that came into town. Well, that's not the case anymore. Certainly not in the 715. So when you're looking for events and wondering what to do, or maybe you're hosting your own event and you're trying to get the word out to people, it's tricky. Well, that's where aroundthe715.com comes in. You've got something fun for people to do? Submit your event. You can submit it all on your own and get the word out. That's aroundthe715.com or the Around the 715 app.
The following is a paid advertisement by Family Vacation Getaways with the purpose of soliciting sales of vacation ownership. For complete details, please visit FVGradio.com. If you want a 100% complimentary stay at a luxury resort in Cancun, airfare not included, then Family Vacation Getaways is your ticket to paradise. See website for complete details. We're giving away 5 days and 4 nights to the first 50 callers who can name an animal that lays eggs and is not a bird. An animal that lays eggs and is not a bird. Do you know it? Call now. 800-417-6411. That's 800-417-6411. You're also eligible for an exciting bonus vacation to Orlando, Florida for just $498. And don't worry about anything ruining your plans. We can extend your travel up to 18 months. Name an animal that lays eggs and is not a bird, and you get a complimentary Cancun resort stay and an optional bonus vacation to Orlando for just $498. What are you waiting for? Call 1-800-417-6411. 800-417-6411 and give us your answer. The proceeding is not a contest and is a paid advertisement by Family Vacation Getaways. It is not sponsored by this program or its affiliates.
Hit us up with a text or give us a call at 715-830-1912 to let your sports opinions be heard on the Dan Kasper Show.
Quick update before we get to RJ Cardinal, who will be calling us here in just a little bit. Looking at the picks, our Pro Football Weekly Pick'em Challenge, the standings right now. We got Brian, top spot alone with 48 correct picks. Peter, James sitting there at 47 correct picks. And then we got a few of us tied for third. Matt, Todd, myself, C-Bob, Scotty's at 46. And then a few of you tied for fourth place. So don't forget, even with the Packers bye week, don't slack on getting those picks in for our Pro Football Weekly Pick'em Challenge. You know the drill. You can just head to our website, click on a fan cave, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and get those picks in. And a quick look at the leaderboard for the Survivor one. Oh, we got a lot of people still up there. You all are killing that one right now. So keep that up. Get those Survivor picks in too. So let's switch gears here a little bit. And it's been a couple weeks, but we have a lot to catch up on with our guy, Mr. R.J. Cardinal. First off, how was a little vacay, a little golf? I saw some pictures, man. Did you enjoy some time off last week?
Yeah, I was informed. I was spoiled while I was gone. So,
okay.
I guess, being on a 2-course golf resort for 4 days, it's kind of amazing seeing the type of golf Nebraska has. They're starting to pop up these little stay-and-play places. So, on site, got to sleep in, woke up about an hour before tee times, had breakfast, and would just walk, 100 yards and be at the tee box. So it was a great week of just golfing our way through Nebraska, which I never thought I'd stay in my life.
No kidding, right? Well, welcome back, man, and I'm glad to have you back on because, dude, there's a lot that's been going on right now for the Badgers.
I leave Sunday morning, and all of a sudden, just stuff breaks, and I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Granted, I think it broke on Saturday, so
yeah.
Now we just got to find a way to fix it.
Yeah. So I actually want to start off a little bit with basketball with the news yesterday. Kirk Petty leaving the program to move back to New Zealand to be closer with his family. Brad Davison's going to be replacing him. You've talked a lot about the influence that Kirk Petty has had on this program from, new offense, but also, recruiting maybe some international players. I feel like this is a significant loss, RJ. What are your thoughts on this move?
Yeah, you can't underplay what bringing in Kirk Petty did the last few seasons with the implementation of a more international style game. I think you could see that especially this year. Recruiting one of the top players in the nation, who ended up being one of the top players in the nation in the transfer portal, to come play for you. I saw somebody tweet out, now that Kirk Petty's gone, we're going to go back to being bad at free throws. Well, the guy in the transfer portal is the reason you got so good at free throws.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you have to find the players who can make free throws. It wasn't that they weren't practicing it or anything like that, but international players helped with Kirk Petty. It's one of those things. I don't think he's going to stop helping Wisconsin. He's just going to be doing it from a lot farther away.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, you have I forget the other assistant coach's name, who also was big in the international scouting as well. So I'm not sure what kind of drop off you'll see there, if any. But I know what's his face that transferred in from the West Coast from St. Mary's kind of cited Kirk Petty as the reason. So hopefully some of that stays intact. But it's just what he gave back to the university when he got back here and really elevating Wisconsin from solely the swing offense to something where we were breaking records that had been around since the mid to late 70s on teams that were losing in a powerhouse Big Ten back then, but still were putting up record offense numbers. Sad to see him go. Totally understand when your family is still in New Zealand. that you might want to not be thousands of miles away year round. So good for him. Good to go back, have some family time. Sad to see as big of an influencer on the program leave, but like you said, bringing in Mr. Charge, and hopefully, you get some of the same stuff from him being the special assistant to the head coach. I mean, maybe not in the international game, but at least a guy who is committed to the program as much as Kurt Penny was.
I was going to say, it felt like even when Davison was playing for the Badgers, like it just felt like he was destined to always be around the program, whether it was like a coach or something like that. Because I think he even said, like, after his play career, he wanted to get into coaching. So it felt like he was always going to be a part of the program in some sort of fashion.
And it's odd. I mean, like in the announcement, they're like, after a 3-year career in the pros. I'm like, it feels like so much longer than that.
Yeah.
But 3 years, and he is back. And like you said, he stated he wanted to get into coaching. So what better place to start than where you basically became the face of the team for your time starting as a freshman when you were kind of forced into playing, maybe when you weren't ready, to be in that glue guy that everybody wanted to be on the team with him. And he was that guy in the country for a while. You hate him when he's not on your team, but if he is, that's the guy you'll go to battle for.
Right. All right, RJ, let's move over to football here. So let's go back to a couple weeks, man. That Maryland game, I hate to bring it up, but I mean, I got to get your thoughts on it. I mean, where does that rank? I mean, how frustrated? I mean, this was that the tipping point for a lot of Badger fans? I mean, what was your reaction as you're sitting there watching that game unfold?
Well, I mean, when you have the band playing over people chanting "Fire Fickle," as well as the PA system getting turned louder near halftime, it wasn't good. It's really adding to the embarrassing losses we've seen now in the past two and a quarter seasons, or 2 1/3 seasons, really, because we're 4 games in and 8 games left. So it was a frustrating watch. The defense did as well as they could, but when you're losing the field position battle and playing with short fields a lot, Wisconsin's on paper stats were either on par or a little better in some categories, like first downs against Maryland, but just the offensive failures still prevalent even with the switch to the new offense. But I mean, when you're still kind of running with players that were brought in for a different scheme, it's tough. It may be one of the more embarrassing games in program history when you look at where the team was even in 2022, who people still seem to forget, with 6-6, won their bowl game, finished 7-6. But apparently when the new regime came in and forced out a lot of the recruits that were still here, a lot of those guys went on to play elsewhere, and a few of them are playing in the 2 deeps in the NFL, or we're seeing them who had gone on and now are starting on playoff-worthy teams across college football. So you tell me if the cupboard was bare and the recruiting was really as bad as people want to say it was. Whether you want to call me a Chris apologist or not, that's fine. I did work for the guy for 4 years, so you can do that. But I didn't see any reason outside of a rash judgment call by an AD whose athletic department is in shambles. Plus, there's rumors getting reported by On3 that the Board of Regents and the Chancellor are looking to take away his powers in hiring coaches. Not so much his title, but it sounds like there's a plan in place to have him be an AD in name alone. So it's a fundamental flaw from the start of this athletic department, who went in and made a splashy hire, put in all the systems and amenities for a championship caliber team without having an NIL plan in place, that they've already had to scrap that and restart the Badger Collective or Varsity Collective. So really, there's just top to bottom in this athletic department. Anything that has been a Macintosh hire or touch hasn't really gone the way anybody wanted it to. And it started really with the firing of Paul Chryst. So I don't know if I can solely blame it on Luke Fickell. I think had he known fully what he was walking into with no NIL in place, we might have Jim Leonard as a coach. And who knows what we're seeing then. Because if you don't have a commitment of a functioning NIL wing in this day and age, I mean, heck, Greg Gard basically admitted it's not what it needs to be and went out on his own and found donors to help out the basketball program. So it's not looking good.
Yeah, no, I mean, wow. So, I mean, the buyout is like $25 million, which would be the second highest one if they were to do it. I don't think anybody's ever going to catch Jimbo Fisher, but never say never, I guess, at this point. But I mean, do you think
A&M had the oil money to cover it?
Yeah. Do you think the chance that he does get fired after this year, or do you think there's a better chance that maybe Luke Fickell just leaves on his own after this season?
Well, I don't think you'd leave on your own if you have that money coming to you, because if you leave, you're not getting the money. So unless a job opens up where somebody's like, hey, we see your potential, we saw what you did at Cincinnati, and we have the capability of an NIL, he might jump ship and go do that. But I mean, if you're owed that kind of money, I don't think you'd leave on your own free will if nothing was there, even though, you know, he comes in, week out and says that's not what we're supposed to do. I'm not sure. I don't think I'd be the type of person to be like, well, I'm failing, but you know what? I'm going to walk away from this paycheck and this buyout. I mean, that's probably not happening. So I think unless he is let go, he'll still be here. And the other thing, like I mentioned, when you have McIntosh, I mean, he can't admit he made another failed coaching hire. I mean, we have the women's basketball program that former players are now suing individuals that work within the athletic department, but not suing the athletic department. Well, I guess most of them are now no longer with the athletic department. But, I mean, you just can't have another failure as a part of your tenure as an AD. So you kind of have to bite the bullet on this one and let it ride unless somebody else decides they're taking the reins. And it seems a situation that Wisconsin's stuck with now. Unless you go 2-10, you might have somebody step up and say, yeah, I got a group of people here who apparently, you know, somebody stepped up and said, I'm embarrassed on how Paul Chryst's press conferences go. And really didn't mention, you know, he averaged 9 wins a season, anything like that. His only losing season, because he didn't finish one, was the COVID year when, you know, you had 3 weeks where the team had COVID and you were playing with guys who weren't even on the 2 deep. It's one of those things where, especially with the football program, we're a long way from the dawn, and I don't even think we're at the darkest point of the night yet.
Oh, got to throw in the Batman quote there, dude. God. Man, I love that. So, All right. I mean, bye week. I don't know what they could have done to help improve, but now you got Michigan coming up here, RJ. I got to ask you, do you see it from what you saw against Maryland and what we've seen so far and looking ahead to the schedule? You and I have talked about it. You said October is the big turning point. Do you see another win on the schedule for Wisconsin?
Well, I mean, we talked about October and how that really show us where we were, but we failed that first test when the season, quote unquote, started against Maryland. So you'll get your first real test of a team that is actually functional at running the football. So we'll see where the run defense stands. But I mean, if they do good, I mean, you should just pass every play on this Wisconsin defense. So it's really one of those. I don't see where the offensive scoring comes from. And, if Michigan decides to pass the ball, it's really going to be one of those on a national scale because we're the big noon kickoff game.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not going to be good TV and maybe outside of the Madison market and the Ann Arbor market, if Fox has the capabilities to find a new game to put on, the nation might not see this game if it gets too out of hand.
Yeah, no kidding. I saw those big noon kickoff, and I'm like, I wonder if Portnoy though had something to do with that too. So Michigan guy, right?
Maybe.
So maybe.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, there's plenty of other opportunities for them to get a big noon kickoff game, but I wonder if Fox reluctantly took it.
yeah, no kidding. So, okay, let me ask you this question. Kind of going back to McIntosh here. Is it more? Could you see a scenario where McIntosh maybe is replaced after this year before Luke Fickell potentially could be replaced?
Like I said, On3 is reporting, and it's the only place I saw it, that there's a developing plan that won't necessarily fire Chris McIntosh, but take away his hiring abilities. So, I mean, essentially, you're getting fired without getting fired. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out because, like I said, as a whole, you built a new athletic facility that didn't take into account indoor track, and now they have to be shipped to DeForest every day for practice to be able to practice indoors. I mean, probably Eau Claire and Whitewater and some of the WEAC schools have a better indoor track facility than Wisconsin because they don't have one anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite the embarrassment of what we're seeing the athletic department fall from as a whole over the last 3 years, where really you're looking at something where the real quote unquote failure for the longest time had been women's basketball, and everything else was average to above average. Now you're seeing your biggest moneymaker over the first few games with attendance being down 10% each game, with your lowest season ticket renewal rate I don't even know when, probably sometime in the late 80s. You're paying homage to the late 80s with your throwbacks that you're going to be wearing against Iowa, who you're probably going to get thrashed by, even though they can't put a lot of points up. But somehow I think they will in 2 weeks and in a 6 p.m. game on FS1. So you get most of the day to drink and think about how you're going to lose. But yeah, overall, I mean, you had the chancellor come out last week and say she's put her vote of confidence in McIntosh. And I mean, what else are you going to do? I mean, you can say nothing, and that might be louder than saying a vote of confidence, but you say you got a vote of confidence, and now all of a sudden the fan base is looking at you like maybe the Board of Regents should replace you.
Right.
So it's a tricky situation right now. But if you do end up getting somebody else being able to make the decisions in the athletic department, it might not be long for Luke Fickell. But I mean, I think a few years ago, when we initially talked, I kind of said I didn't see this as being a good hire to lead the athletic department, but it's kind of coming to fruition.
Yeah.
I don't know where the nosedive ends, especially when you keep asking for more money in certain sports that aren't doing what they should be doing. And your hires so far have been failures.
Yeah.
It does make it a little more difficult to keep you around.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like I said, it's not just the football program. You have the basketball team going on its own for its own NIL deals, and so they're doing all right. But top to bottom, this athletic department might need to be gutted.
Man. Hey, last question before I get your prediction here. I got to get your thoughts. I know it was a couple weeks ago when Barry called out the fans for booing and the chants and such and said, you don't boo and all that. Do you agree with Barry? Do you disagree with Barry?
I absolutely vehemently disagree with him. There's a lot of people who are getting asked a lot of money to go to these Badger games, right? Yeah. They have other options, but you don't condemn fans for at least. I mean, there's still people showing up. I'm one of them. Did I boo as they were walking off the field? Yeah. Did I chant Fire Fickle? No. Did I hear it? I did. They're the ones paying.
Mm-hmm.
Without them, your athletic department will be in shambles. You'll go back into the red. You'll have to hire a new AD who will then make decisions to cut sports. And, you know, you just don't want that. So you have, whether you like it or not, you have to placate to the people who are booing. You have to understand their side of things. I mean, you're spending, especially for football, you buy your seat. You have to have a seat license for it. If you want a seat cushion, there's another addition to it. To keep your seat location, there's a recommended seat donation. Then on top of that, to keep that even in place, there's another athletic department donation on top of that to keep your priority points where they are. There is, for the average Joe to go to these games, it becomes, you know, at some point, there's somebody who's going to be traveling to these games from not Madison. So they got a little farther to travel. You got your gas money for, you know, 6 to 7 games a year. You got, I mean, it becomes a paycheck,
Mm-hmm.
you know, just to go to maybe a month worth of paychecks, just to enjoy not enjoying it this year, but to attend games in a season for Wisconsin football. So if you're coming at that guy, guess what he's not doing next year unless he's actually an actual diehard. He's not renewing. So, and you know what? Season ticket renewal is probably going to go down anyway. You don't need to jump on and make it worse. And I think somebody talked to Barry about that because a day later he walked it all back.
Yeah. I saw that too. So, all right, RJ, I gotta let you go, but really quick, what's your prediction for this weekend against Michigan?
38-3 Michigan.
Oh, dude. Okay, now I know it's serious when you have predictions like that. Yeah. Oh man.
I mean,
yeah.
You couldn't score against Maryland.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, I wouldn't mind it if Simmons was playing quarterback. He at least looked competent back there, whether it was against Maryland's twos or not. He had poise in the pocket. His spiral was nice, and he could throw the ball downfield. If you can, I wouldn't mind seeing him play because at least you can say it's the third stringer, and we've given up on the season.
Right. Oh, man. Good stuff, RJ. I appreciate it, buddy, for you taking some time and adjusting your schedule this morning and hanging out with us. Have a good rest of your week, and we'll catch up next week. Okay, bud?
Absolutely. Sounds good. We'll talk to you then.
You got it. RJ Cardinal. Good stuff from our guy RJ this morning. Big thanks for him for for hopping on a little bit later this morning. We got to take a quick break. We got to catch up on some breaks here, so we'll be back in a couple minutes. Really quick segment because we got to catch up on some commercial breaks here. So we're going to take a break here in a couple minutes for just a couple minutes. Then we'll get to our picks. But if you want to send me your wild card picks for baseball, last call. Looks like, again, a majority are picking the Dodgers for their series. It's split between Tigers, Guardians, and Padres, Cubs. More Yankees than Red Sox picks, which I kind of figured that would be the case at this point. Hey, if you're a Minnesota Wild fan, Kaprizov, he's going to be staying around for a while. 8-year, $136 million contract extension through 2033 to the 2033-34 season. So, hockey fans, as we get sets for the NHL season coming up here soon, got Kaprizov getting that extension. So, might have to talk a little bit about that with maybe Lucas when he hops out for a few minutes starting tomorrow. But yeah, preseason going on right now for the NHL. Their regular season starting up here soon. Same with the NBA. Yesterday it was media day, tip off. Is now 22 days away for the NBA season. So getting closer. But we still got to wrap up this baseball season here with some really intriguing matchups and some very potentially intriguing matchups in the division series too, depending on who wins these wild card series or not. I'm curious to get what Matt LaFleur is going to say later on today when he answers questions from the media and such. Again, he's probably not going to say a whole lot. He's typical, not saying a ton and such. But I really hope, if I were to ask Matt LaFleur questions today, I would ask him about the offensive line issues, play, getting more from the running game, trying to establish that more. Just the consistency from the play call standpoint, decision making, and then defensively, what the heck happened in the second half? Was it something as simple as it was just bad tackling and that made small plays into big plays? 2-yard catches turning into 5-6 yard receptions because they couldn't tackle. But how do you fix this in a bye week, in an early bye week? And is the message getting stale? I've been seeing a lot of fans talking about the messaging that Matt LaFleur has. Got to have your pee hot, trying to keep it a little appropriate. All gas, no brake. Is that getting stale? Is that even a message anymore? Is anybody buying it? So just some of the questions I'd probably ask him today at his presser heading into the bye weekend. Like, what are you guys doing during the bye week? Coaching wise, I hope you're watching and trying to figure out a lot of stuff. All right, really quick last break, and then we're going to do our picks to wrap it up. Baseball picks, baseball playoffs starting in just a couple of hours, baby. All right, let's wrap it up here for our last few minutes with some picks. We've got baseball playoffs officially beginning in just a couple of hours. Let's jump right into it. The first game on the dot. So I'll pick the games, and then I'm going to pick the series after that. That makes sense. Detroit at Cleveland. Skubal, Gavin, Williams. Ooh, I'll be honest. I think this is my favorite series for the wild card series. I think it's this one. I think San Diego and Chicago is going to be good too, but I think Detroit and Cleveland to me is my favorite one. Just where both these teams are at. We just got to see them down the stretch here too. So, Skubal, man, what version are we going to get from Tariq? See, this one's tough. I'm gonna go Cleveland. And I think I'm gonna go Cleveland for the series too. I'm a big believer in momentum. I want to pick the Tigers. I want to pick them, but I'm going momentum right now. And right now that's the Cleveland Guardians. So I pick them to win this game. And I'm gonna pick them to win the series too. So all right. What else do we got here? We got Padres Cubs. I'm going to go Cubs. In Chicago. Although Pavetta's on the mound. You got Matthew Boyd. This is a tough one, too. I'll go Chicago for the first game. I think this one goes the distance, and I'm going to go Chicago wins this series. Oh, man. Garrett Groshette, Max Fried. Talk about another fantastic pitching matchup. I'm going to go Red Sox for this one, but I'll go Yankees for the series. Red Sox, but Yankees for the series. Cincinnati and the Dodgers. Hunter Green, Blake Snell. Dodgers win the series. Dodgers win this game. Dodgers win the series. So, no really upsets. Going all top seeds for this one. Yeah, I think the toughest one for me, it's a great matchup though, is Padres Cubs. That one I'm going back and forth on, still in my head, but I'm still going to go Cubbies. Just a slight edge to the Cubs. So, all right. Well, and that's probably good timing because it looks like the camera kind of just shut down on the video stream anyway. So it is what it is. So there's only a couple minutes left in the program here. So, yeah, what the heck? I think we're actually going to be on a new studio this week, possibly tomorrow. We'll see. But hey, a big thanks for all of you for chiming in and participating, especially with me feeling a little bit under the weather. So I appreciate that. A big thanks and thank you for and all that good stuff. So keep it up. Let's keep this going, okay? So we'll talk some more Brewers tomorrow as we get set closer and closer to the divisional round. We'll have some results from game 1 of the postseason. So we'll hit that up, kind of maybe get some impressions, depending on how these teams look in that. And we'll throw some more football talk in there too with the bye week. I've got a couple of things planned for for this week for some Packers talk and essentially talking about the bye week and that, and who's got to be those players that just gotta maybe have to look themselves in the mirror and figure some stuff out. So we'll kind of go through that tomorrow. Stock reports are going to be due tomorrow as well. So let us know. That's your homework assignment for tonight, okay? Whose stock is up? Whose stock is down? Whose stock is up? Whose stock is down? Send those to me. You can send those to me right now if you want. 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line with a quick text. So we'll do some stock reports coming at you tomorrow. And I think we got a couple other fun topics and games kind of lined up for tomorrow morning too. So also, hey, don't forget too, if you got fantasy football questions Thursday, you can send those in right now if you want. If you want to get them ahead of time, I'll put them in a list for Eric Balkman. Every Thursday morning, 9:05, he hops on answering your fantasy football lineup questions. I know the last couple times they've come in a little late. So if you have questions, send those over to me now. All right. Send those over to me now. There you go. Shot clock's off. Have a good rest of your day. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Same place, same time, 6 a.m. Big thanks again, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow.